Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Hello, selamat pagi, good morning everyone. First, allow me to warmly welcome in this ballroom, the Ritz-Carlton Ballroom Jakarta, as well as on the online. The Honorable Interim Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, Lemhanas RI, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Excellencies Ambassadors from friendly countries and other of VIII officials, distinguished Secretary of Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, distinguished speakers and moderators of the event today, distinguished invitees in the Ritz-Carlton Jakarta Ballroom, as well as on the online and in our YouTube channel. Welcome to the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, addressing Geo-Maritime Resilience Challenges in the Indo-Pacific. My name is Linda Asiri, and it is my great honor to be the Master of Ceremony today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Jakarta Geopolitical Forum JGF 2024 is an annual agenda of the work program of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia. And this year is the 8th JGF of Lemhanas. We cooperate with Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment. This 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024 will discuss geo-maritime resilience in Indo-Pacific, which covers regional geopolitical aspects and its impact in handling regional maritime security, sustainable maritime industry, economic and environmental aspects, as well as future maritime security challenges to maintain regional geo-maritime resilience. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us start this event by singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Can you please all rise? Ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly please be seated? Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin this forum, let us together listen to the opening speech of His Excellency Minister of Defense of the Republic of Indonesia, which will be delivered by the Interim Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Lieutenant General Eko Margono.
First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude and cordial welcome to all distinguished speakers and participants for their participation in the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024. Secondly, I would like to read the Minister of Defense speech at the opening of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and peace be upon us all. Excellencies, ambassadors, Honorable Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, distinguished speakers of the VIII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, and heads of representatives of international organizations and agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum is a platform that brings together global thinkers to discuss the challenges and the opportunities to shaping the world geopolitical landscape. Geo-Maritime today has turned into a center of competition among major powers. This competition, while driving innovation and economic activity, also creating tension and policy fragmentation that have far-reaching implications for regional maritime governance. The maritime environment has also become much more complicated, complex, and reflects the connectedness of the modern world. Industrial development, fisheries management, marine life protection, and responsible exploitation of maritime resources have become inextricably intertwined with border global and regional challenges. On the other hand, major powers' rivalries often lead to policy fragmentation that not only complicates ocean management, but also adds to the strategic tension as seen in the Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific is home for more than half of the world's population, accounts for 60% of global GDP, accounts for 46% of international trade, and 2/3 of global economic growth. The Indo-Pacific region is closely related to the geo-maritime issues, given its strategic location between the Indian and Pacific Oceans, and involving some of the world's most important maritime routes. Passages such as the Strait of Malacca, the South China Sea, and the Indian Ocean are key to global trade, with around 60% of world trade passing through the region. The strategic importance of the sea lines related not only to trade in goods but also energy, as most of the world's oil and gas in transportation pass through them. In addition, the Indo-Pacific also has a number of important regional organizations, such as ASEAN, which plays a vital role to maintain stability and strengthening economic integration in Southeast Asia. APEC, which promotes economic cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. In addition, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is the world's largest free trade agreement and there is also Quad focuses on regional security issues. However, the region is also faced with several conflicts and disputes that affect regional stability. One of the main points of the potential conflicts is in the South China Sea region. There are also border conflicts between India and China in the Himalayas, and tension on the Korean Peninsula over North Korea's nuclear program, and more complexity of global political dynamics in the region. Based on the dynamic occurring in the Indo-Pacific, there is a need for maritime governance that is not only limited to conventional security issues, but also evolving into more complex ones, such as the risk of maritime terrorism and the emergence of potential hybrid warfare at sea involving state and non-state actors engaged in the ambiguous or irregular forms of conflict, human trafficking and illegal immigration by sea. In addition, maritime smuggling, drugs, weapons, or other contraband is another ongoing challenge. Destabilizing societies' dispute over fisheries resources are also often exacerbated by overfishing and environmental damage. Such conditions also bring countries in the region into conflict, threatening livelihoods and regional harmony. Technological advance in maritime capabilities have both positive and negative impacts. While new technologies can improve navigation, resources management, and maritime law enforcement, they can also be misused, complicating regional dynamics. The involvement of state and non-state actors in this maritime dispute adds an additional layers of complexity requiring effective governance approach. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in facing these challenges, it is crucial for us to build trust and implement collaborative strategies to jointly manage maritime resources. Regional resilience can only be achieved through trust and cooperation among maritime nations. A framework that prioritizes dialogue and understanding must be further developed to reduce the risk of miscalculation and unwanted escalation. ASEAN and other regional organizations have an important role to play in fostering the spirit of collaboration. We must expand existing mechanisms and develop new avenues for cooperation, particularly in the area of maritime surveillance, intelligence sharing, and joint law enforcement. This will not only enhance our ability to address security threats, but will also foster a sense of shared responsibility in protecting our maritime wealth. The maritime domain does not belong to just one country. It is a shared space that is critical to the prosperity, security, and stability of all nations. This requires a commitment to security, stability, and shared prosperity in the region, especially in the maritime sector. In this context, Indonesia is proud to introduce the idea of Wawasan Nusantara, a concept rooted in our history. Is an archipelago nation, which emphasizes the importance of national resilience and the critical role of maritime power in securing our nation's future. We must build a common mechanism for regional maritime governance that is able to cope with strategic crises and shocks, like natural disaster, maritime accident, or geopolitical crisis. Our region needs to be prepared, building a resilient framework that enables quick and coordinated response will not only ensure stability, but will also demonstrate our collective commitment to peace. This joint mechanism must be flexible enough to accommodate the varying needs and capabilities of all countries, but also resilient enough to deliver tangible security outcomes. It should be a forum where we can exchange ideas, share best practices, and coordinate action, whether for humanitarian assistance, environmental conservation, or dealing with security threats. In conclusion, the challenges facing the maritime region are significant, but they are not insurmountable through enhanced cooperation, strategic dialogue, and shared commitment to regional resilience. We can turn these challenges into opportunities. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our commitment to a stable, secure, and prosperous maritime region, guided by a vision, a collective responsibility, and shared benefits. By saying Bismillah, I officially declare the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024 open. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Eko Margono. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next may we kindly invite a Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver a keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Pahala Mansury.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us. Excellency Ambassadors, Governor of National Resilience Institute, or Lemhanas, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of us. It is certainly a pleasure for me and also an honor for me to be able to speak in this very important and prestigious forum to discuss about the challenges in the maritime domain and Indonesian policies and response. I think that today's discussion is actually highly relevant, as increasingly we witness how geo-maritime resilience is key in ensuring not only peace and stability, but also how it impacts the economic development to the countries all over the world. We have recently witnessed how the impacts of maritime disruptions to global supply chain and the economic repercussions and also insecurities in the Red Sea earlier this year has sparked not only global instability, but also impacting global trade and economy. The Indo-Pacific region is very strategic, stretching from the east part of the Indian Ocean to the West Pacific Ocean. It is the intersection of international trade, with over 30 million barrels of crude oil passed through annually, and about 40% of world's exports come from the region. Not only that, but the region is not immune to the geopolitical competition between the major powers. Among the number of strategic and vital maritime spaces in the Indo-Pacific, the South China Sea is obviously one of the most prominent ones in terms of the maritime issues. Now, in this occasion, I would like to talk about the geo-maritime challenges in Indo-Pacific, particularly in the South China Sea, and what can be done by countries in the region to ensure peace and stability. Distinguished guests, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, the South China Sea holds many potentials and significance. Its strategic location makes it one of the most important waterways in the world, accommodating 1/3 of the global maritime traffic. It carries goods of over $3 million annually, connecting economies in Asia with Europe, Africa, and Americas. It holds a vast amount of resources. Approximately about 12% of the world's total fish catching is actually done here in the region, and estimated about 11 billion barrels of oil and gas, about 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. South China Sea is also rich in biodiversity, approximately about 6,500 marine species, including 22% of the world's fish species and 1/3 of the global coral species. If properly managed, the South China Sea will bring prosperity and sustainable development to the countries surrounding it. But beyond the potentials, there are also a number of challenges. First, overlapping claims. We see increasingly today, there are narratives of contest between nations over the South China Sea. China, Brunei, the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, all have claims over the seas. This has led to many incidents in South China Sea, including skirmishes as recent as in August this year. The current geopolitical situation can only lead to worsening of this already high tension in the area. With the USA claim that China is ramping up military build-up since the World War II in the contested waters, and the Chinese claim that the US is promoting military deployment and actions in the South China Sea. The situation is getting more and more concerning as both major powers are seeking primacy in the region. It is no surprise that some even predicted that the next flashpoint or the theater of war will be in the South China Sea. We cannot afford this. Countries in the region cannot afford to let the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must, as aptly put by Thucydides. The South China Sea can determine whether the international law will prevail or whether we will shift to a power-driven order. Second, the transnational maritime-related crimes. Transnational maritime-related crime is a growing international concern. In the South China Sea, fisheries-related crimes has been steadily rising, which includes illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and other criminal activities such as human trafficking, exploitation, drug and people smuggling, and illegal migration. Piracy is also a huge problem, with approximately half of the world's reported incidents to have taken place in the South China Sea since the 90s. These issues must be addressed, and it requires collective efforts from countries in the region. Third, the environmental degradation and climate change. Vast amount of resources have become a boon and bane in the South China Sea, where overexploitation is rampant. For instance, over 50% of the fishing vessels in the world are operating in the South China Sea, causing fish stocks to dramatically diminish. Total fish stocks have been depleting by 70 to 95% since the 50s, and catch rates have dropped by about 65% to 75% in the last 20 years. Oil and gas exploration and drilling in the area have also caused harm to fish and marine mammals. Impacts of climate change, including warming water temperature and extreme weather patterns, have also afflicted coral reefs and other species in the South China Sea. Going forward, I view that several points are crucial to ensure peace, stability, and prosperity in the region concerning the South China Sea. First, inclusive regional architecture. Conflict in South China Sea will likely benefit no one in the long term. Instead, it will incur economic loss for the countries in the regions, with estimates of somewhere between 10 to 22%. Not only in the immediate Southeast Asia region, but also the surrounding countries also stand to lose due to disruptions in the shipping routes. To prevent this from happening, the role of regional inclusive architecture cannot be overstated. Increasingly, in the Indo-Pacific region, we are seeing more regional cooperation or grouping aimed at containment while what we need is for more inclusion and cooperation. We must counter this by strengthening and ensuring the centrality of ASEAN as inclusive regional architecture. ASEAN has long been a positive force in the region, with emphasis on communication, consultation, and mutual trust. It can play a significant role to reduce potential conflicts in the region, among others through confidence-building mechanisms such as ASEAN Defense Minister Meeting Plus, ASEAN Plus 3, and ASEAN Regional Forum. Second, respect for international law. Respect for international law has been a key principle for developing friendly relations among nations, including the principles of respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, as part of international law, has certainly become the main source and comprehensive framework on maritime in this regard. Indonesia always emphasizes the importance of resorting to international law to settle any disputes in the South China Sea. When it comes to overlapping claims, Indonesia is not a claimant towards maritime features in the South China Sea. We also have been consistently maintaining that any claims must be made in accordance with and not in contravention to UNCLOS. Yet, we are committed to positively contributing to peace and stability in the South China Sea. Indonesia, together with ASEAN, has consistently been working to find solutions to the dispute peacefully and in adherence to international law. Among others, by issuance of the Declaration of the South China Sea on 22 July of 1992, Declaration of Conduct of the Parties in the South China Sea on 4 November 2002, and the guidelines for the implementation of the DOC in 2011. During Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanships in 2023, ASEAN and China have agreed on guidelines to accelerate negotiations for the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea, with a 3-year deadline set to conclude negotiation. We are committed to work hand in hand with ASEAN members and China to pursue effective, substantive, and actionable COC based on international law, including UNCLOS. The COC will hopefully result in peaceful, friendly, and harmonious environment in the South China Sea. Nevertheless, it does not contain specific prescription on maritime claims. These claims should be resolved peacefully and under international law, especially UNCLOS 1982. Apart from these two building blocks, I view that cooperation among countries in the region will serve two-pronged objectives. One is to foster the habit of cooperation among countries, and cooperation is always more powerful than competition. Two is to address the myriads of common challenges that I have already mentioned in the South China Sea. By fostering the habit of cooperation, competition can be averted. Cooperation builds trust and confidence and highlights common challenges and how to address them, reducing the possibility of parties resorting to conflict. An all-can-win mentality instead of a zero-sum mentality. This brings me to my third point, combating transnational maritime crimes. As I've already mentioned, there are huge challenges of maritime-related crimes in the South China Sea, including the illegal and unreported fishing and human trafficking. This necessitates greater cooperation, including among maritime law enforcement in the region. There are already cooperation mechanisms among countries in the region, including policy dialogues and information sharing. Going forward, I think there is a need to gradually institutionalize and mobilize greater cooperation in combating these crimes in South China Sea while maintaining respect for international law and national sovereignty of states. Fourth, combating climate change. If there is one cause that must unite all countries and humankind, I think it is combating climate change that has become an existential threat over time. In the case of South China Sea, climate change can be a destabilizing or a unifying factor. On one hand, climate change is likely to intensify resource competition around the South China Sea, providing more cause for conflict. On the other hand, combating climate change and its impact can bring all relevant parties to the table and step up concrete cooperation. Several areas of cooperation on climate change can be encouraged. Among others, scientific research, sharing of best practices for mitigation and adaptation, disaster risk management and response, and empowerment of coastal communities. Fifth, development of blue economy. Given the potentials in the South China Sea holds, it only makes sense that blue economy is an area of cooperation to be developed among countries in the region. Collectively, ASEAN has reaffirmed its commitment to regional cooperation on blue economy and developed a blue economy framework with 3 principles: value addition, inclusivity, and sustainability. The framework also outlines strategies including blue conservation management, blue science, technology, and innovation, and blue priority sectors. This cooperation on the development of blue economy can be expanded to also involve other relevant countries, for instance, with China, where investment in the blue economy sectors of between 2 to 3.7 trillion US dollar from 2022 to 2050 is estimated to generate somewhere between 8.2 to 20 trillion US dollar in net benefits. Cooperation in the blue economy sector will also support in ensuring resilient supply chain and industrial development. This way, mutually beneficial cooperation instead of dispute and competition will be the main feature of the South China Sea. As argued by the Indonesian maritime scholar and also a former foreign minister of Republic of Indonesia, Mohtar Kusumaatmadja, when explaining about the concept of archipelagic baseline, seas shall connect instead of separate islands. So is our hope for the South China Sea, that it connects people, nations, and countries, bound them together in the spirit of common pursuit of peace and prosperity for all, and not becoming an area of contestation, accentuating differences in geopolitical position, not a cause to further separate people and countries, nor, God forbids, a theater of war. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Kindly please remain on the stage. Excellency, please kindly remain on the stage. Now we would like to invite the Interim Governor of Lemhanas, Lieutenant General Eko Margono, to present token of appreciation to Excellencies Mr. Pahala Nugraha, accompanied by a Secretary of Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment. Thank you very much, sirs. Kindly please remain on the stage. Okay, and the next we would like to invite to come to the stage to have a photo session, Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhanas, Deputy 1 of Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Chief of the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, all Excellencies Ambassadors, all speakers and moderators of the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024. Please kindly take your place to have the photo stations, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We'll begin the photo session. I will count down from 3, 2, 1. Okay, with the NKRI pose, with the right hand, the position should be on the left chest. Yes, I will count down. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Next, we will have Wi-Fi photos. So please, to all distinguished guests, kindly proceed to the front stage and face the screen to have the photo stations with all of the participants. And to all participants, please kindly all rise. So ladies and gentlemen, please kindly all rise to have the Wi-Fi photo, and the photographers, please take the photographer from the stage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly please all be seated? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue the next agenda. Now let us listen to the speech from Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investments of the Republic of Indonesia, General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Jakarta and the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum. The Jakarta Geopolitical Forum is an important platform for international maritime community members to engage in purposeful discussion on maritime-related issues. I believe this forum will accentuate Indonesia's growing geopolitical strategic role as a major power in the region and globally. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia places special emphasis on maritime issues as our ocean holds abundant maritime resources including fish, gas, oil and biodiversity. And we are the largest, I think, I just want to remind you, we are the largest archipelagic country in the world. And if you look at also, ocean have a significant historical, economic and geopolitical importance. And Indonesia have a long-standing reputation as seafaring people. and situated between the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean, Government of Indonesia is dedicated to establishing Indonesia as a global maritime fulcrum, embracing the Jalas Viva Yamamahi. At sea we are victorious and reaffirming the country's maritime identity. As the world's largest archipelagic nation, with 2/3 of our territory comprising of sea, it's crucial for us to maintain maritime security and fostering maritime connectivity between islands. As a major presence between two oceans, we are responsible for upholding maritime security and ensuring the safety of shipping, particularly in the areas that connect east and north-south trade routes, where over 60,000 ships pass through our seas annually. Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, maritime shipping comprises over 90% of global trade, an essential component of the economy. Expected 2.4% trade growth in 2023, over 2% between 2024 and 2028. By 2030, ladies and gentlemen, Asia will host 2/3 of the global middle class population, with ASEAN becoming the fourth largest economy. ASEAN trade forecasted to grow by 1.2 trillion in the next decade, with exports surging by nearly 90% by 2031. Maritime connectivity in regulation, data technology, and finance will be pivotal in supporting this growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, at the national level, we also set up the National Logistic Ecosystem and EGAF, or government technology, to streamline the flow of goods across borders, enhancing trade and operational efficiency. We are confident about making progress and strengthening the existing rules-based order to provide a strong foundation for the global economic of tomorrow. We understand that the seas are global commons, essential for maritime connectivity and trade. And the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, ensures fair usage of the maritime commons. It's crucial to adhere to all its aspects. It represents years of negotiation and compromises. Indonesia's strong commitment to uphold international law and promote a rules-based order is demonstrated through adherence to UNCLOS. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, to strengthen the maritime rules-based order and address maritime security challenges, we must focus on overcoming maritime contestation, sea arm, robbery, UUF, and emerging challenges from global digitalization, including maritime cyber security. Collaboration, trust building, and close coordination are essential to protect our global commons and ensures our maritime security. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, building trust takes time and efforts. Indonesia promotes three approaches. First, establish operational mechanism at sea. Second, prioritize practical cooperation through joint exercise and information sharing. Third, foster open and inclusive platform for dialogue. Continuing to enhance and strengthen this effort is crucial. Let's remind ourselves that the most important thing is trust and relationship we have built. The sea connects us all, enables us to grow and thrive. We must unite to protect this global resource. I firmly believe that we work let me repeat, I firmly believe that the world's welfare in the future depends how we manage our maritime security through international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, for the speech. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we will enter plenary session 1 with the theme Geopolitics and Maritime Whole of Government in the Region. To lead this upcoming session, it is my honor to introduce our moderator of first plenary session, Dr. R.A. Adriani Kusuma Wardani, the Assistant Deputy for Maritime Security and Resilience, Under Deputy for Maritime Sovereignty and Energy Affairs, coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investments of the Republic of Indonesia. She has a doctoral degree from the University of Indonesia. Dr. Adriani was a socio-economic advisor to Prime Minister Office of Sanana Gusmao in Delhi, Timor-Leste during the period of 2012 until 2015. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. R.A. Adriani Kusuma Wardani.
Thank you, MC. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I have been tasked as a moderator for today's discussion in the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum, addressing geo-maritime resilience challenges in the Indo-Pacific, with the topic to be discussed, geopolitics and maritime whole of government in the region. Before we start, I would like to brief the rule of house that we will have 3 speakers and then followed by question and answer. So we would like to proceed with the first speaker. I would like to brief the background of Master Stefan Mekati. He is a Charge d'Affaires of the European Union to Indonesia and Brunei. He is not only Deputy Head Mission of the European Union, but also he is in charge with the management coordination of the political section, including press and information activities. The second speaker is Dr. Kao Kim Haran, Secretary General of the Association of the Southeast Asian Nation, or ASEAN. His capability in the ASEAN is to maintain the centrality of ASEAN. As the Secretary General of ASEAN, he has to continue to keep balance the issue between the 3 pillars, economic, politics, and culture. And then the third speaker is Ms. Melissa Conley-Tyler. She is the Executive Director of the Asia-Pacific Development Diplomacy and Defense Dialogue from Australia. Ms. Melissa Conley served for 13 years as the National Executive Director of the Australian Institute of International Affairs and Independent International Policy Institute, which established as a branch of Chatham House in 1924. So please come forward, all the respected speakers. Excellencies, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we will discuss the geopolitics and maritime whole of government in the region. Geopolitics and maritime governance remain crucial in our region as part of our ongoing commitment to ensure regional stability. With increasing geopolitical complexities, government must adopt a whole government approach to address maritime challenges, to ensure the protection of our waters, regional stability, and also to secure our strategic interests through the unified national effort. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Stefan, yes, to deliver your presentation.
Thank you. Selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu. Your Excellency, dear Bapak Coordinating Minister Luhut, Your Excellency, Bapak Vice Minister Pahala Mansury, Your Excellency, Dr. Kao Kim Hoorn, Secretary General of ASEAN, dear Ibu Melissa Conley-Tyler, but last but not least, of course, very dear Ibu Dr. Adriana Kusuma Wardani. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear Bapa Minister Mansury, you said everything. It's difficult to take the floor after your presentation because you have set the scene, you have presented the main challenges, and more importantly, you gave a very holistic presentation of a global approach, which is indeed perfectly compatible with the approach of the European Union. We are very honored to be here today because this is also a signal of our growing relationship with Indonesia, and also because of the nature, I think, the values, the principles of the European Union. As you can see from this slide, we have indeed a vital geopolitical and economic interest in peace, stability, and security in general. In the Indo-Pacific region, the European Union is already the top investor, the leading development cooperation provider, and one of the biggest trading partners. Around 1/3 of EU foreign trade transits through the South China Sea. So indeed, this region matters to the European Union. When it comes to values and principles, I wish to recall that, and especially when it comes to peace and stability, I wish to recall that the Nobel Prize for Peace 2012 was awarded to the European Union for, and I quote, for over 6 decades contributing to the advancement of peace and reconciliation, democracy and human rights in Europe. And this picture is of course a tribute to our presidents 12 years ago, but it's also an illustration of our inclusive approach. On this picture, you have on the left side Herman van Rompuy representing the 27 heads of states and government as president of the council. You have on the right side Martin Schulz, the former president of the European Parliament, representing the 450 million citizens. And in the middle, you have the president of the Commission at that time, José Manuel Barroso, representing the institution in charge of the interest of all our member states, our citizens. Again, in a global, inclusive, and holistic approach. When it comes to security, the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, in our jargon, HRVP, José Borrell, said recently we now live in a security continuum. Tensions in regional hotspots can have an impact on our stability and prosperity. Security has never been this interlinked. Our assessment is very clear and matches very well indeed with the assessment presented by His Excellency, is that there is a geopolitical competition intensifying in the Indo-Pacific, and the constraints and dangers that could arise from potential instability. Any conflict in this region would have far-reaching consequences for Europe economically and politically. Equally, when some actors insert themselves, even indirectly, into European security, it has consequences for our relations. This has been highlighted by HRVP Borrell in different fora, such as this one, also in the ASEAN Regional Forum, the Shangri-La Dialogues. In a time of geopolitical tensions, the European Union is an actor with no hidden agenda. The European Union has significant credibility on free trade, connectivity, green transition. The European Union is also an experienced and sophisticated actor for security. The European Union is also an important piece in a broader architecture for a rules-based approach. On this basis, we have developed ways of interacting with the region, promoting the European Union as a smart enabler on security, but not only, in many aspects. Since the adoption of our Indo-Pacific strategy for the European Union in 2021, we have had an unprecedented level of engagement with partners in the region. This is an investment in the EU's future that has become almost mandatory for all of us. We see our Indo-Pacific strategy as a way of creating new opportunities, seeking diversification, resilience, stability. And in that context, partnerships are more relevant than ever. Several of our own countries, member states within the European Union, have adopted their own Indo-Pacific strategy. Germany, France, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, Lithuania. And I will quote a subtitle of the Czech Republic Indo-Pacific strategy, because we are closer than we think. I think this is really a good summary of our relationship. We are much closer than what we think at first sight. These strategies, the one of our member states and the one of the European Union as an institution, are complementary to each other's. They enrich each other's. This is a Team Europe approach. The European Union Indo-Pacific strategy developed in 2021 is not aimed at any country. It takes into account the issues raised by the growing assertiveness of some major actors in the region, including at military level. No need to be more specific. I think everything has already been said so far. The European Union has increased its engagement in the region, and its aims is to maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific for all, while building strong, lasting, and effective partnerships. Like Indonesia, the EU approach to the Indo-Pacific region is one of cooperation, not confrontation. Both Indonesia and us, we aim to strengthen partnerships with countries in the region. Both the EU and Indonesia are committed to maintaining and fostering dialogues while avoiding bloc formations. Our renewed commitment to enhance security relations with partners in the region is inclusive of all partners who are willing to cooperate with the European Union. The European Union and our Indo-Pacific partners have advanced concrete cooperation across 7 priority areas. We have together an holistic vision of the challenges. Sustainable and inclusive prosperity, of course, with agreements on trade and investments. Green transition to mitigate and adapt to climate change, to counter biodiversity loss, to combat pollution and other forms of natural degradation. Ocean governance must be in full compliance with international law, especially the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. To support partners, and it's already been mentioned, for instance, to fight illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, the famous IUU abbreviation, but also the implementation of sustainable fisheries partnership agreements. Digital, to strengthen digital governance, digital infrastructure, digital trade, cyber security, digital skills development, connectivity to boost green, modern, and resilient investments for sustainable connectivity from infrastructure to regulatory frameworks. Security and defense, of course, to contribute to regional security through partnerships, regular dialogues. And I would like to mention the latest dialogue that we have had on a bilateral basis just last week in Semarang on the 18th of September, together with our colleagues from KEMLU, from Comenco Marves, with Ibu Nidya Kartikasari as a co-chair, and in the presence of Ibu Adriani. On these occasions, during these regular dialogues that we have with all the partners in the region, and those consultations, we are engaging in more operational cooperation, such as joint exercises, another dimension that has already been mentioned. Last but not least, especially not that one, human security, to address non-traditional security threats, such as pandemics, natural disasters, humanitarian crises, to ensure the well-being and safety of individuals and communities across the region. As you see, the European Union and its member states have close ties with Indonesia, but also with all partners in the region. And again, I'm convinced that our strategies on the Indo-Pacific, call it strategies, outlook, are very much compatible. We are both committed to maintaining the rules-based international order and freedom of navigation in the region, in particular with regard to free trade routes and maritime security. We want, of course, to protect our respective interests, but we want also to ensure that international law prevails in the maritime domain, in particular thanks to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And in this context, of course, the recognition of dispute settlement mechanisms under this umbrella is of particular relevance and importance. But we also, on the EU side, particularly invest on multilateral cooperation. In 2024, earlier this year, in February, we have gathered more than 70 delegations, including 45 ministers, at the third EU Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum, gathering representatives from the coast of Africa to the Pacific island states. We have highlighted the importance of ASEAN centrality by holding the EU-ASEAN ministerial meeting back-to-back. We have emphasized our inclusive approach by increasing our efforts to facilitate the participation of Pacific ministers and by organizing a dedicated Pacific Day at ministerial level in the European Parliament. We have joined regional initiatives, such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association and the India's Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. We see ourselves in the region as a smart enabler that can bring added value to address complex issues, very much intertwined, as it's already been said by the minister, with an holistic approach, with all relevant partners among our institutions and international partners at all levels, ASEAN, United Nations, and so on. The Indo-Pacific region has emerged as a new center of intense geopolitical competition, growing tensions in the South and East China Seas and in the Taiwan Straits, the illegal Russia's military aggression and war against Ukraine, the recent grave and appalling developments in the Middle East, in Palestine and now in Lebanon, in the Red Sea. All these crises, all these tensions affect global security and have a direct impact on the prosperity of both Europe and of the Indo-Pacific countries. The EU and Indo-Pacific partners are also confronted with an increasing number of complex and multidimensional new security challenges, threats, and crimes. This is a complex slide, but it tries to summarize the complexity and the fact that all these elements are closely intertwined. Again, climate change, geopolitical competition, cyber attacks, economic coercion, hybrid operations, even foreign information, manipulation and interference, as we call it, FIMI in our jargon. The EU approach is to address these threats and complex challenges in a call for comprehensive solutions, for a whole-of-government approach with international partners, because this is, I think, the theme of this first panel. National security and natural security are inextricably linked. As you can see on this slide, 12 of the 20 countries most vulnerable to climate change and least prepared for this to tackle climate change were in conflict 4 years ago. Soon, 1 billion people will have insufficient access to water. Environmental risks dominate the top 5 long-term global risks. Extreme weather events, rising temperatures, rising of sea levels, desertification, water scarcity, and biodiversity loss are making large areas uninhabitable, forcing people to leave their homes and threatening their security and health. This turn can have severe impact on peace and security globally. And this is why we need to address traditional threats. It's been mentioned, piracy, armed robbery at seas, hybrid and cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. Just think about the submarine cables, pipelines. Submarine cables dealing with more than 90% of internet connections throughout the world. Climate change and environmental degradation. On maritime issues, the European Union has developed a policy framework providing a new outlook and a set of concrete actions. We want to protect our EU interests at sea, our citizens, the economy, our infrastructures and borders. We want to protect our natural resources and the maritime environment. We want to uphold international law, as I said, in particular, UNCLOS. We want to react speedily, effectively, promptly to growing threats, such as cyber, and ensure relevant training, education, and cooperation among all relevant partners. And why do we have to act? It's been already said, but let me stress again that over 80% of global trade is seaborne, that about 2/3 of the world's oil and gas supplies is extracted at sea or transported by sea, and that, again, as I said, 99% of the data is going through those cables. The European Union security credentials have drawn more interest from our partners, including from Japan, Korea, and other partners. We will expand this year the scope of our project, enhancing security cooperation in and with Asia, so-called ESIWA, to respond to more requests of cooperation in a demand-driven approach from many of our partners. We stepped up our contribution to maritime domain awareness in the Indo-Pacific through the CRIMARIO project and its IORIS platform for Indo-Pacific regional information sharing. My teenagers would probably tell me, "Daddy, don't please spoil the audience with very general remarks while we have our main expert, Dr. Martin Inglot, in the room, who will intervene and present our projects later on today, I think." Naval deployments are also essential. We have different possibilities in this respect. We have Operation Atalanta. Again, these are illustrations of what we do and what we can do and what we may envisage to do elsewhere. Atalanta has been conducting successful joint naval exercise with Indo-Pacific partners, Djibouti, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, and also the United States. We launched in February 24 Operation Aspides to protect merchant vessels in the Red Sea, through contributing further to the freedom of navigation and stability in the region. We have also concluded a significant legal finish agreement with the Seychelles. This facilitates the persecution of persons arrested by EU member states for participating off coast of Somalia in violation of the United Nations arms embargo on Somalia and in narcotic and drugs trafficking. To conclude in 42 seconds, we have a shared responsibility. We need more than ever international law, rules, principles, defined and implemented together. The whole of government approach requires a global approach, a holistic approach. Therefore, a consistent, global, holistic strategies discussed with partners, taking into account their concerns and priorities. It should not be a unilateral exercise established somewhere in the planet. It should be based on dialogues, discussions, taking into account concerns and priorities of all. It means dialogue, inclusive with all our partners. And just a couple of additional seconds, Mrs. Chair. When it comes to the implementation, we need to involve all relevant actors. Of course, the institutions, civilian, securitarian, but also think tanks and our citizens through our parliaments. We need to have strong coordination mechanism among them all. In the EU, our approach is to pool our resources, both in terms of operational instruments, in terms of financing. We are gathering all the EU institutions, our agencies, our mechanisms, together with our indispensable member states, 27 states, resources, their amazing capabilities, their expertise. We need also to work with international organizations, the United Nations, their agencies. We need to work with regional organizations such as the ASEAN. Working with all of them in a spirit of dialogue, mutual respect, and partnership leading to very concrete cooperation projects. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mekati, for your insight presentation. So as stated, we just, Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we just listened the EU standing position, how the value of principle for strengthening maritime cooperation. There are several challenges to the maritime approach in Indo-Pacific geopolitics, such as political tension, territorial dispute, non-traditional security, and climate change, diverse maritime regulation in different countries. But of course, there are several opportunities in the maritime approach in Indo-Pacific geopolitics, strengthening global trade and connectivity, enhance regional security and stability, maritime infrastructure investment opportunities, and strengthening regional cooperation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the second speaker, Ms. Melissa Conley-Tyler. The time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Adriani. And thank you very much to Lamhanas and to Marves for the opportunity to be here. Now, as you've heard, I'm not a politician, I'm not an official, so I'm going to do this a little bit differently. I don't have talking points. What I want to get us to think about as a room, as people who work in defence, security, international affairs, diplomacy, development, I want us to think about what our role is this. So I have a simple proposition. In a difficult world, we need middle powers to exercise their agency, to work on the global interconnected challenges, and to achieve this, we need to take a whole of government, or I would even say a whole of nation approach. So again, a difficult world, middle powers need to exercise their agency, address challenges with a whole of government, whole of nation approach. Now, I want to see whether the room is with me on this. So let's start with my first proposition, that it's a difficult world. Put your hand up if you don't think it's a difficult world. Okay? Have we got any contrarians, any sunny optimists in the room who want to put their hands up and say, no, not it's a difficult world? Okay, I've got people on this. But it's worth thinking about what this means in human terms. At an event like this, at a geopolitical forum, We are going to talk in abstract, but this is about real human lives. So I'm not sure if they're in the room, but could I express my sorrow and condolences for the Lebanese civilians who were killed overnight? You know, that is what this looks like. And I have that same sorrow wherever that is happening, whether it's in Ukraine or Russia, whether it's in Myanmar, civil war, whether it's the people in Kiribati and Tuvalu who are having to move from their homes because of climate change, or whether it's the issues in Sudan. This is what it looks like when we say difficult world. These are the challenges we face. Now, one of the dangers, I think, for us is all of us deal with this all the time, and we can get inured to that. So I think that sense of having agency is so important. Now, the organisers have said middle powers. That is very comfortable for Australia. We always think of ourselves as middle powers. That's exactly how we see ourselves. I tend to think of Indonesia more as a negara besar, but I think we are in the same place in the geopolitical system, which is we are not great powers who have the ability to bribe or bully others into doing what we want them to. We are countries that who have power. We're not powerless, but we have to work very hard at having an influence in the international system. We have to work hard at shaping the international system in a way that suits us. So I think middle powers can and should exercise agency. I also think they're stronger when they do so together. So I'm delighted, for example, that this evening Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong is meeting with Ibu Retno at the MICTA meeting in the sidelines of the UN. So MICTA, the Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey and Australia grouping, meets regularly, and it's been going for 11 years now. The idea behind that is saying, well, we as middle powers are stronger if we can work together. Okay. And when I say agency, I think that is true whatever our political traditions are. So for example, you know, Australia, we do have a tradition of alliance, but that doesn't mean we're not always out there expressing our national interests, trying to promote them. So if you imagine that, as we are all watching in November, if we have a return of a Trump administration, and let's say, again, Trump takes the US out of the Paris Climate Accords, Australia won't follow. We didn't follow last time, we won't again, and we will continue to be pushing our national interest. For example, by our current bid to co-host a conference of the parties under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in partnership with our family in the Pacific. So, difficult world, middle powers have to use their agency to address the challenges we face. And I don't think I need to go through all of those challenges. I think every speaker up till now has given us a comprehensive list of the whole range of maritime challenges that face us in the region. What I find interesting is think of the diversity of the challenges and that they are actually, in a way, of many different types. So some are clearly defence challenges, you know, and we work on those with operations and training together. Some are more civil military, so you're then talking about whether that's humanitarian disaster relief, whether you're thinking about coast guards and fishing vessels and what's happening with grey zone or ICAD conflicts. All of those, I think, are ones where you can't divorce them. You can't say they're just civil or they're just military, they're clearly both. And then there's a whole range of other challenges which, whatever we want to call that third category, more civil ones, where you're talking environment, climate change, you've got transnational crime, you've got people smuggling, you've got, again, a whole range of these problems. And what that says, crucially, is that this is not just the job of one agency or one different department. These are jobs for a whole range of tools that governments and non-governments can bring to bear. So if you think about the Australian context, for example, our research showed that there are 20 different agencies and departments that have some sort of responsibility for maritime security issues. And I'm just guessing that it probably looks the same here in Indonesia and in most of the countries of the people who are here. Those many different parts of government trying to work on complex and interconnected problems means we have a challenge. And that challenge is, how do we form a whole of government, and I would say whole of nation approach? Okay. So I come from AP4D, Asia-Pacific Development, Diplomacy and Defence Dialogue, and we were set up to bring these different, what we would call arms of statecraft together. So we're a tripartite initiative. We're funded from Defence and from Foreign Affairs, and we're housed at the peak body for the development or aid sector. And all the time, we're talking about respecting and resourcing the different tools of statecraft and how they can work better together. So maybe not surprisingly, as a AP4D, we came up with something we're calling a 4S approach to how you try to coordinate whole of government and more widely. So we talk about it in terms of strategy, structure, staff, and society. And I'll explain what I mean. So if you want this whole of government, whole of nation approach, first at the strategy level, you need to have a very clear idea what it is you're trying to achieve. If you know what that is, and if you can then communicate that in whatever way is best in your system, you can have all of these different parts of statecraft aligning behind it. They know what the overall objective is, and then they can align behind it to try to help achieve. That in itself is a massive help for any sort of whole of government approach. Now, different countries do this differently. Something like the UK came up with an integrated review of defence, diplomacy, development and trade, which is a way of trying to have your strategy across multiple arms of statecraft. But there are many, many ways you can achieve that. So first of all, a clear whole of government strategy. The second level, I think, is structures. How do the different parts of our apparatus talk to each other? You know, is it 5 minutes before the cabinet submission goes in, or is there a more holistic process where we actually come together and develop strategy and develop ideas beforehand? How much are there possibilities to even talk to each other? So those structures are very important. Again, different countries have different systems and they do that differently. But I think that aim of trying to make sure that we have that communication is important. Now, if you're going to have that communication, you need, thirdly, staff who have the cross-cultural ability to talk to people from other areas. And an amusing example when I was working on some of the law enforcement issues in this region was I was talking to the Australian Federal Police, who now have a huge role in their international engagement. And they were saying, yeah, look, you know, when I came into this role, I had to learn how to speak defence, how to speak DFAT, our Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They thought of them as actual, I don't know, different languages, different cultures. And they had to learn to be able to do that. So how do we make it possible for our staff to work across these different areas? How do we make it possible to have those conversations? Okay. And then the last level, I think, is society. As we've heard today, a lot of these issues involve non-state actors. And I could, you know, draw a big map of all of the range of non-state actors who have some role. In the work we've done at AP4D, when we talk about a whole of nation, we're thinking about the range of actors who interact internationally, okay? And that could be business, science and technology, education, it could be diaspora groups, civil society, interfaith, it could be government departments that don't have international responsibilities but actually do a lot of work internationally. Okay. So there's a whole range of people who are constantly interacting with the world, and they're not going to stop. They do that all the time. So for me, the whole of nation approach is how do our core international policy agencies, the ones that know they do foreign affairs, how do they talk to the rest of the actors in society? To harness, maybe? To coordinate, maybe? To leverage? Whatever word you want to use, but there needs to be some connection between those, between the core international policy actors, and I assume everyone in the room is one of those, and then trying to reach out to the whole of nation and to how they can help achieve objectives. So, if I put all of that together, the reason we're established at AP4D, and the reason our ideas have been very much taken up in Australian discourse. We were lucky in February to have the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs jointly launch our paper on a whole-of-nation approach. The reason I think this has taken hold is a sense that in a difficult world with all these cascading challenges and limited resources, we can't afford not to use the tools we have. We have a range of tools, and they have to, at the very least, not undermine each other, at the very least, not duplicate, and ideally, actually align and increase our impact. So what we do internationally has more effect, more impact, and hopefully creates the secure and peaceful region that we've been talking about. So, from my perspective, I think we as middle powers, as countries that have some ability to shape but not determine the system, we have to internally try to increase our impact through this whole of nation or whole of government approach. And then, of course, we have to work together to see what we can create. If you think about the problems that we've talked about today already, and that we will talk about for the next day, the problems don't care about our divisions. They don't care how we've organised our government into various departments and agencies. They don't care how we see these issues. They don't care about national borders. The problems are there. And we have to think about how we can internally and in partnership with others contribute to this. And in the difficult world we face, we all need all the friends we can find. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melissa Tyler, for your valuable sharing. So from her perspective, Australia sees that maritime cooperation is a crucial aspect of the relationship between Australia and the Southeast Asia, as it underpins regional stability, economic prosperity, and energy security. Australia's commitment to enhance maritime security in the Indo-Pacific aligns with its national interests, particularly through fostering partnerships with Southeast Asian nations and also offering capacity building, technological assistance, training, and also all strategic ties that enhance mutual security in the region. Thank you, Melissa. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Kao Kim Horn, the Secretary General of the Association of the Southeast Asian Nation, to deliver his presentation. The time is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to be given this opportunity to address you at the VIII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum. At the outset, let me outline the significance of Southeast Asia as one of the world's most distinct and strategically vital maritime regions, where our economic growth, environmental sustainability, and security intersect. With 66% of its territory composed of maritime waters, our region serves as a crucial nexus between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, home to some of the most important sea lanes in global trade. These waters possess exceptional biodiversity and sustain our thriving maritime economy, from international shipping to maritime tourism, hydrocarbons, and fisheries. Indeed, ASEAN's deep integration into the global economy, a cornerstone of the region's economic development and prosperity in the area of globalization, would not be possible without this unique geographic and natural endowment. However, the regional maritime domain also grapples with profound challenges, including transnational maritime crime, piracy, environmental degradation, especially the problem of marine plastic pollution, and illegal fishing. It is also home to some of the world's most complex maritime and territorial disputes involving China and several ASEAN littoral states. These disputes remain unresolved and become increasingly precarious, with heightened risks of tensions and escalation into open conflict. So while the seas unite us, they also divide us, enriching our economies while exposing us to the evolving, ever-growing threats of climate change, typhoons, rising sea levels, and heightened risks of competition, confrontation, and conflict. As regional waters become more crowded, contested, and challenged, they open us to the world through vital trade routes, yet also make us vulnerable to geopolitical and geoeconomic tensions. These dynamics place Southeast Asia at the forefront of critical maritime issues, shaping both regional and global peace, security, sustainability, economic development, and prosperity. Against this increasingly complex backdrop, I deeply appreciate the efforts of the organizers of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum for crafting a very comprehensive agenda this year, focusing on addressing geo-maritime resilience challenges in the Indo-Pacific. Within ASEAN, we are acutely aware that the region's maritime challenges are multidimensional and deeply interconnected. Yet, addressing these cross-cutting issues in a holistic and integrated manner has been a persistent challenge, largely due to the specialized and compartmentalized mandates of various agencies and institutions involved in maritime governance at both national and regional levels. Furthermore, the intricate interplay between non-traditional maritime challenges such as environmental degradation, transnational crime, and illegal fishing, and traditional security concerns tied to geopolitical and geoeconomic dynamics is in a constant state of flux. For example, as we have all witnessed, unresolved maritime and territorial disputes in the South China Sea are hindering effective regional cooperation on critical issues like illegal, unreported, and unregulated RUU fishing and marine scientific research. In another case, the accelerating impact of climate change, manifesting in rising sea levels and more frequent typhoons, threats coastal communities, exacerbating competition over diminishing maritime resources, particularly in areas of overlapping claim, giving rise to further interstate tensions. Compounding these challenges is the increasing presence of military assets in contested waters, adding a volatile layer of tensions. The interwoven nature of these issues underscores the need for a comprehensive approach that addresses not just the immediate challenges, but also the broader long-term regional dynamics where environmental, economic, and geopolitical concerns converge. At the national level of individual maritime states, this complexity underscores the need for a whole-of-government approach where diverse agencies collaborate, pooling resources and expertise to address maritime challenges holistically and comprehensively. Such an approach is operationalized through robust interagency cooperation. Take, for instance, the issue of people smuggling within the maritime domain. Addressing this problem necessitates a coordinated effort among various law enforcement agencies, from port authorities working to prevent illegal departures to Coast Guards tasked with intercepting those who evade initial detection. IUU fishing provides another compelling example. This challenge demands not only the vigilance of national fisheries agencies, but also the active involvement of Coast Guards. Originally, within the ASEAN framework, the complex and multidimensional nature of maritime challenges demands a whole-of-community approach, a concept that is gaining prominence within ASEAN. The ASEAN community comprises 15 sectoral bodies that address a wide range of maritime issues across its 3 pillars. These bodies tackle critical concerns, such as maintaining peace and stability in maritime domain, combating marine debris and pollution, addressing piracy, mitigating environmental impacts of maritime transport, countering cyber threats to ships and ports, managing irregular movements of persons, dealing with illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing, and advancing the blue economy, offshore mining, and renewable energy. Given that these maritime issues intersect across the ASEAN political security, economic, and social cultural pillars, effective cross-pillar cooperation and coordination are indispensable for a cohesive and comprehensive response. The ASEAN Maritime Outlook, AMO, initiated during Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship in 2023, is a valuable tool in this context. It reviews the effort of various ASEAN sectoral bodies dealing with maritime governance, highlights key issues requiring focused attention and resource allocation, and provides recommendations on potential maritime coordination among ASEAN sectoral bodies, mechanisms, and processes. It serves as a practical reference in understanding maritime trends and challenges in the region, strengthening synergies, and guiding ASEAN to avoid duplication of efforts made among related mechanisms, bodies, and processes. The ASEAN Maritime Forum, AMF, another key initiative of ASEAN since 2009, provides a crucial platform to foster collaboration among the various sectoral bodies and relevant stakeholders who need to address maritime issues. For years, this forum has served as a cornerstone for exchanging views, sharing best practices, and fostering integrated efforts across various sectors involved in regional maritime governance, enabling ASEAN to adopt a holistic and coordinated approach to maritime challenges. I would also like to emphasize that a whole-of-community approach extends beyond ASEAN to actively engage its external partners. It is encouraging to see that maritime cooperation has been and will remain a priority area across all ASEAN-led mechanisms, including the East Asia Summit, EAS, the ASEAN Plus 3, APT, the ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, the ASEAN Defense Minister Meeting, Plus, ADM Plus, and the Expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum, EAMF. Notably, even strategically competitive external partners are collaborating with ASEAN through various programs and mechanisms. Their participation in these frameworks fosters meaningful dialogue and practical cooperation, thus contributing to regional peace and stability and advancing our shared interests in the regional maritime domain. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me highlight 3 important areas, or I call imperatives, that are critical to ASEAN's efforts, effective responses to maritime challenges. First, enhancing dialogue and strengthening strategic trust among ASEAN member states and external partners is essential for ensuring long-term regional peace and stability. The growing contestation in the regional waters, particularly in the South China Sea, not only involve disputes among claiming states, but also reflect the broader geopolitical tensions between the major powers. In this volatile environment, ASEAN must make every effort to increase dialogue and diplomacy and prioritize open channels of communication to reduce the risk of miscalculation or unintended escalation. A regular dialogue, facilitated by ASEAN-led platforms, hence plays a crucial role in fostering mutual understanding, mutual respect, mutual trust, and practical cooperation. Second, ASEAN's continuous commitment to the peaceful resolution of disputes grounded in international law, including the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, remains a cornerstone of its strategy to maintain regional stability. This legal framework provides a crucial basis for managing competing claims and promoting a rule-based maritime order, contributing to the broader peace and security of the region. Third, despite competing national claims over territories and maritime jurisdictions, it is crucial to recognize that many of the maritime challenges confronting the region, such as environmental degradation, transnational maritime crime, and IUU fishing, transcend national boundaries. Coordinated action on these fronts is not only desirable, but imperative. For instance, as emphasized in the ASEAN Framework of Action on Marine Debris, combating marine plastic pollution requires both robust national efforts and regional cooperation as marine debris moves freely across borders. Similarly, addressing IUU fishing and maritime piracy necessitates joint civilian and enforcement efforts across jurisdictions. Therefore, ASEAN's whole-of-community approach ensures that these shared challenges are tackled collectively with the active participation of all relevant member states, stakeholders, and external partners. Southeast Asia's maritime domain is standing at a critical juncture, facing both heightened geostrategic tensions and urgent non-traditional challenges. The complex interplay of these challenges calls for a comprehensive and coordinated approach. ASEAN's strategic vision, grounded in dialogue and consultation, trust building, and adherence to international law remains central to our collective efforts. We fully understand the complexity of these undertakings, given the intricacies of growing major power competition and the crowded landscape of various bodies and mechanisms involved in maritime governance. Yet, we will need to stand firm in our dedication to fostering dialogue, cooperation, and peaceful resolution of disputes and disagreements to ensure that our waters serve as a source of peace and prosperity rather than a breeding ground for insecurity, competition, confrontation, and conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kao, for your really valuable insights. So I would like to restate it again that ASEAN emphasizes the importance of the whole government and the whole of community in approaching to address the complex maritime challenges, both traditional threats such as geopolitical dispute in the South China Sea, non-traditional threat like environmental degradation and illegal fishing. So there are so many platforms in ASEAN-led that fostering all collaboration among the sectors and among the government. So thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the two questions from the audience. Is there any? Yes, please. The man in the middle.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Admiral Kolambage, Ambassador for Sri Lanka. Since morning, we heard a myriad of threats in the maritime domain, but I did not hear about another threat that I think is very prevalent, that is the perception warfare. Now, perception warfare has given rise to enhanced militarization, nuclearization, and I believe Indo-Pacific region is now sitting on top of a volcano. I like to call this Indo-Pacific the patient having high fever. Rather than trying to cool it down, we don't do much to cool it down. So we allow the patient is okay, walking about, things are okay. Now we heard about the need for middle powers to work together. But at the same time, we have other larger groupings for the region as well. Now, rather than discussing the same thing, the need, we do understand the threat, we do understand the need to work collaboratively, but we keep on talking about it. So what can we do, really? Who should take the leadership for the Indo-Pacific region to have some meaningful, positive, collaborative, working arrangement to combine all our ideas and to maintain the peace and stability of the region? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Ibu? Yes, please.
Your Excellency, you ask who should take the lead. I'd say anyone who wants to. The problems are so great that we shouldn't be waiting for somebody else to take the lead and to drag us along. And I think one of the things I like about what I'm hearing today is that sense that we are willing to work together, we are willing to do things, not waiting for some other great power somewhere to tell us what to do. I would like to talk particularly about the issue of disinformation and misinformation, which I think is one that all of us are facing in the region. One of our last papers for AP4D was looking at how do you help create a healthy information environment. I see that as one of the underlying issues for a number of these problems. You know, so if you're talking about grey zone, ICAD, if you're talking about the narratives around territorial disputes, you know, so many of them are enabled by disinformation and misinformation. And in that case, again, it's not just government actors. It's an example of why we have to reach out to a range of actors if we're going to try to solve that problem. So we came up with some ideas for ways that Australia could work with other countries in the region on that particular threat. And I hope anyone who has those sort of ideas keeps pushing them, because we don't have to wait.
Well, you very rightly pointed out one particular element, which is about perception. Perception means citizens also, not only governments, officials, but citizens. In this respect, I would like to stress a couple of things which I think are not solely the specifics of the European Union. With many other countries in the world, we share this, but I think this is particularly true when it comes to the European Union principles and values I was referring to before. Of course, we are an integration process based on legality. We have treaties, we have rules, we have laws, we are abiding to international convention and so on and so forth. But legality alone is not sufficient. You need legitimacy. And legitimacy means accountability. You need to be accountable to the people you serve. In Europe, sometimes people like me are described as bureaucrat, at best technocrats. I prefer to revert to the staff regulation of the EU. I am a civil servant. I serve. So it means that I am accountable. So from the moment we are engaging at governmental level into a process ensuring the ownership of our policies, we will be able to tackle partly the concept of war perception and related issues. And it means something, ownership. It means that we have to explain our policies. It means that we have to give an assessment to our citizens, and in particular to the next generation, to the students. taking the example of Indonesia, this amazing country counts more than 4,000 universities, millions of students. If I'm not mistaken, I speak under your control, dear Ibu Adriani, 10 to 12 million students. So we have to engage with our citizens, with our students, with the think tanks, to explain what is our assessment, what are the challenges, the threats, but also the solutions, the options. And again, as previously mentioned, we need to engage into partnerships. We need also to propose a holistic approach. So it means a mapping of the issues and all the actors, how they interact, to have a better understanding how to provide also some counter narratives when it comes to very assertive statements from assertive nations. And we have also to be modest and to global and to think, I'm sorry, I don't like at all the concept of middle power. Somehow we are all potentially a middle power. Maybe some of us in this room consider themselves as global power, but we should refrain from qualifying some of us as a middle, little, big. That's very dangerous, I think, and it contributes to this perception. You know, who should take the lead? Well, we all act under the umbrella of the United Nations, huh? So we have all a voice to give. So we have to take into account the external dimension of our domestic policies. And to do that, we have to do our work. We have to be partners with entities, with the civil society, to ensure that whatever we do, again, is based on legitimacy. So it means ownership. Otherwise, this is a very personal opinion, not the EU statement, but I think that we would simply not be followed by our citizens. And so we will increase negative perceptions against someone, a nation, an entity, a culture. This is very, very dangerous. So I think that in our case, for instance, on the European Union side, we are not here to lecture anyone, to deliver the do's and don'ts to anyone. No. Our commitment is to build partnerships in order to have a greater ownership of our role, of our presence in the region, together with our partners. And again, ownership, it's not only with governments, it's also with citizens. So my point is that the best way to provide counter-narratives, to combat FIMI and bad perceptions, is again to have this inclusive approach and to build legitimacy beyond even legality. Legality, legitimacy, ownership, accountability.
So thank you, Ms. Taylor and Mr. McCarthy. So now I would like to invite one audience for the question. Yes, Bapak, please. Would you please send the mic?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jovan. I'm a graduate student from University of Indonesia. I would like to ask regarding the as climate change, as we know, and the environmental degradation increases vulnerabilities to trafficking in maritime regions of the Indo-Pacific. How do the rising geopolitical tensions within the region, especially involving powers such as China and India, impact cooperation on anti-trafficking measures between strategic partners? Thank you.
Yes, please, Ibu Melissa would like to comment on that.
I think climate change and geopolitical tension are, in a sense, they are the two greatest challenges we have, and they interact in complex ways. When we did our research looking at whole of nation, one of the strongest reasons that the people we talked to spoke about is both of those issues. They say, well, if you look at the problem of climate change, we have to take a more integrated approach or we're not going to have any impact. And again, if you're really worried about geopolitical competition, again, we have to take a more integrated response. I watch a lot what's happening with the intersection between climate change and geopolitics in the Pacific Islands. That's an area of obvious great concern for Australia. And on the whole, I think it has given Pacific Island leaders more of a platform and a voice to speak about climate change issues because they are situated in a geopolitically difficult and contested space. From Australia's perspective, we have constant demands from Pacific Islands that we do more on climate change, that we understand the impact and what that means for their key security issue, existential security, with rising sea levels. And that, I think, has changed our outlook as well. So that's a general answer, I think, on some of those issues between the geopolitics and the climate change challenges that interrelate and supercharge both concerns for the region.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. So any additional statement, Mr. McCarthy?
Well, a general remark. I think that the issues that have been raised by this gentleman somehow refer to the need to have coordinated and operational capabilities to address some threats and risks and also crimes at sea. I think it's been mentioned about smuggling of people, trafficking, drugs and so on. So this is what we do in the European Union. We have a coordinated maritime presence. We have this abbreviation CMP, Coordinated Maritime Presence. It is very complex, but the principle is pretty easy to understand. We are pooling our national resources simply because in the EU, since we are made of a lot of these middle powers, this expression I do not like, we always thought, especially after the Second World War, that by pooling our national sovereignties, we would be much stronger together. And we have even, on some specific areas, delegated some of these sovereignties for the functioning of the internal market, for instance, of the EU, a very powerful economic instrument at the service of the citizens. But when it comes to security issues, we are pooling our resources. We are co-financing actions. We are assisted by the amazing expertise of our experts, people working in the security area, the civilian, the military forces, the border guards. And we ensure a consistent, again, approach in this regard. And you may remember one of the slides I have presented to show some of our actions. These actions are very concrete. But there is an important point. I think the key element is the concept of coordination. To a certain degree, cooperation is absolutely indispensable. Cooperation means exchange of experience, exchange of ideas, agreeing on the challenges, the risks and the threats. But when it comes to concrete actions, you need coordination. And that's a step further. It means that you need, sorry for this Latin expression, primus inter pares. So it means that the peers have to agree to delegate to one of them the ultimate responsibility to, again, take the lead on one specific issue. This is what we call coordination. And this is most probably the most difficult element to implement. To be coordinated is not easy. To be a coordinator is a very important responsibility. So it's a challenge, it's a daily struggle, but thanks to the mechanisms that we have put in place over the last 60 years, and especially in the field of foreign affairs and security issues over the last 30 years, the European Union is able, again, to pool resources, expertise, operational capabilities, and to share, by the way, this know-how, because we are willing to, with our partners. So this is the best way to address concrete challenges, threats, crimes at sea, and many other things that are being handled by, since 2000, by the UN Convention, the famous Palermo Convention on transnational organized criminal activities. And we are very committed to enhance the implementation of these legal instruments together with the UN agencies, with all the regional partners, and on a bilateral basis with all our partners in the world, and especially here in this region.
Thank you, Mr. Mekate. Bapak, I give you opportunity, Pak, to deliver your statement. Yes, mic-nya di Bapak yang di depan. This is the last. I think this is the last question.
Thank you. I'm Lieutenant General Johnny Maruza, Rector of Defense University. I think both speakers made a very strong proposition and arguments about cooperation. You mentioned middle power agencies cooperation. I would like to hear your opinion or explanation about the challenges to cooperate and the ways to deal with it, especially when it comes to very diverse national interests. For example, when we talk about climate change and sustainable development, let's say issues about discussion about what kind of renewable energy that we would like to use, ranging from coal to palm oils, sometimes conflicting with national economic interests or national economic sovereignty. So I would like to hear your opinion. What kind of challenges, main challenges to cooperate and the way to deal with it. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Pak, Rector. And I think we all agree it's very hard. It is a natural human tendency to form silos. So I think our government processes are always going to be difficult to coordinate. And if you're talking about a large nation, the whole of nation will have many different views on issues. How do you try to coordinate? The way we think of it is very much as an aspiration, as in it's not something you can ever do perfectly. You will never get complete whole of government coordination. You will never get complete whole of nation consensus. Those are impossible. But having the aspiration to work towards it actually helps you do better joined up responses to policy problems. So when we're talking about, say, within government, I would be saying to anyone, whatever your position is, wherever you are, how can you try to break down some of these silos? You know, can you talk to this group more? Can you reach out to society more? Is there something you individually could do to try to action this? Now, will that change the whole system? Will that make everything perfect? No, but if all of us do a little bit of that, then we improve. we get more into the direction we want. When we did our consultations on whole of nation, we talked to 113 people from across every sector you can think of in Australian society about what whole of nation meant to them and how they saw themselves in it. They talked about, they were really keen to be involved. They were positive, which is fantastic. They didn't want to be dictated to. The way they put it was that they wanted to be part of the evolving and incomplete national consensus on foreign policy goals. Okay, and I mean all of those things. It's evolving because you never come to a final point on your foreign policy goals. It's incomplete because you never come to a complete consensus. But there is that sense at any given time of what the sort of, the Overton window, what is the main way that society sees particular issues? And that's what you're trying to work with. What's that evolving, incomplete national consensus, and how can we put that in place from whatever position we're in?
I think this is the most difficult question. And I will just refer to my modest experience over the last 30 years within the EU institutions. Somehow we are a bit specialized in tackling this challenge, to try to reconciliate different interests, sometimes strong interests, and to find commonalities always, because we are somehow driven by this willingness to achieve results, but not against our different partners and our different member states inside the EU, with them. So it's a long process, it takes time. But there is a requirement that I have already mentioned. It is at least to start by agreeing together on a common assessment of the situation, on a common mapping of the different issues, actors, tools, financial capabilities, and so on and so forth. To map our existing capabilities in terms of structures, in terms of capacity to deploy our resources and our security forces. So it means exchanging dialogue, exchanging data. And you can't do this if you have not agreed at the highest political level of the need to create structures and mechanisms towards either cooperation, either up to coordination. So it means, again, pooling and sometimes sharing our competences, our sovereignties to a certain extent, for the common good of a particular community. This is what we do in the European Union for the last 60, 70 years, step by step, progressively, based on ownership. Sorry to be so obsessed with this notion, but it's very simple to understand. You cannot go alone, isolately, without all your member states, all your partners, simply because you think that you have found the best solution. You have to convince everyone this is the right path, this is the right way. In our system, we have basically, in a nutshell, at the risk to make a caricatural presentation, we have two big ways to proceed, to find common denominators. We want to either have single rules, meaning harmonization, obviously not in the security field, or finding on mechanisms of exchange best practices. I was dealing some decades ago with justice and home affairs, a very sensitive sector, with civilian and security institutions. And again, we were really putting in place cooperation concrete mechanisms. And since we had decided at that time not to harmonize our rules, because it was too complicated, it was not in our treaties, but we had agreed on something, best practices among practitioners. And step by step, you are building common understanding of the issues. And you agree on the issues. If you agree on the mapping of the issues of the threats of the risk, if you have well identified your respective capabilities, then you may have a chance to come to this indispensable step, which is a strategy. And that strategy must be backed by the concept again and again and again of ownership by the governments. And you need to explain it to your citizens, because you need to embark them to a certain extent in this process. So it's a long, step-by-step processes. But again, like the motto of Indonesia, which is the same in the European Union, we are 27 countries, nations, peoples, and we are very different in many respects. But we have this motto, the same than in Indonesia, united in diversity. This is not only a philosophical motto, this is not only a political motto, this is also a motto that is valid on security issues. We are very different, we have different backgrounds, but in the end, we decide to have the same assessment, the same willingness to engage into a collective response, holistic, and we want to have ownership, so we need to explain, to convince, and not only the authorities, but also the citizens. This is the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mekati. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, that as a countries and the Indo-Pacific region, we face significant security, not only food and energy security, but also economic challenges amidst the global uncertainty and unbalanced contestation. So while shifting the power dynamic over opportunities, they also risk increasing tension. This situation calls for a more coordinated approach from all nations, maximizing efficiency by aligning various tools and actors, and also the whole of government approach and strategy for elevating the maritime security strategic issue that can support regional stability, prosperity, resilience, and freedom for coercion. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big applause for the speakers. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator and also speaker for plenary session 1. For next, we would like to have token of appreciation to the speakers and moderator of session 1, then followed by group photo. So therefore, may we kindly invite to the stage the interim governor of Lemhanas, Lieutenant General Eko Margono, to deliver token of appreciations to the speakers and moderation of session 1. Thank you very much. Please kindly take your place to have the photo station. We'll be taking the pictures on my count. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Could we give a round of applause for the speakers and moderator for the first session? Thank you for the wonderful discussions, and you may now kindly return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have lunch break. For information that the committee has served lunch break, which is available at the foyer for the participant that is next to the stage, and for the VIP officials and also Excellency ambassadors are available in the VIP room. And for those who want to perform Zuhur prayer, it could be done at the prayer room in the lower ground. And see you at the second plenary session at 1:45. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly invite you all who are still outside to enter the Ritz-Carlton Ballroom because the event will be started very soon. And may we kindly invite the participants who are in the ballroom to be seated. Kindly please place to the front seat to the participants who are in the ballroom. Kindly please sit down on the first row seat first. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly invite the participants who are in the ballroom to sit in the front vacant seat first. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly invite the participants who are in the ballroom to sit on the front vacant seat first, because the event will proceed in no time. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome to the VIII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum, expert staff of Ministry of Transportations of the Republic of Indonesia, accompanied by the interim governor of Lemhanas. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the VIII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, addressing Geo-Maritime Resilience Challenges in the Indo-Pacific. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it's the time for the second plenary session. But before that, may we kindly invite to the stage the expert staff of Ministry of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Wihana Kirana Jaya, Master of Social Science, PhD, to deliver the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Wihana Kirana Jaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, Om Satu Namo Buddhaya, salam bajikan. God bless you all. Ya. First of all, I would like to introduce my name is Hana as a special advisory Minister of Transportation, focus on economic and investment affairs. And I also bring my colleagues, Pak Otto, please stand up. He is also a special advisory for Minister of Transportation, focused on financing, and he is also one of the commissioner for Pelindo. Yeah, for Pelindo. I'm one of commissioner for aviation industry, engineering. Well, first of all, Pak Menteri also would like to give appreciate for this program, Pak Eko. He sent me greeting for the program especially, and he has to accompany Pak Presiden and IKN, yeah, especially on development of port, IKN ports. Yeah. This is one of our challenging in the last position for Pak Minister. Yeah. Well, today I would like to share my experience since I was a special advisory, at least almost 7 years. My background is academicians. I'm one of the professor from Gajah Mada as a former Dean of Economic and Faculty. Since I joined with the minister, I have a lot of experience. It's difficult for me to join from academic perspective, become a bureaucratic, yeah, too many gaps especially. Sometimes I'm not very, satisfied my advisory to ministers, yeah. There's different approach sometimes. Well, why this topic very important, especially geopolitics, yeah, under this program. 1 week ago, I joined a minister degree meeting in New Delhi, especially for aviation declaration New Delhi, Asia Pacific. Yeah. One of the declarations support MOT should follow the global rules. Yeah. Global rules means like digital transformation and sustainability transformation. That's why continue also discussion, and then we have in Bali, Pak Luhut also open a good discussion bias, yeah, Bali, what we call aviations exhibitions, and then the discussion also talk about the collaboration between the member of Asia Pacific with us. Yeah. Well, I start with my page 1. Especially, please, page number 1, especially talking about the global landscape. We have 3, actually, the big shifting global landscapes. One is geopolitics. Geopolitics also create geoeconomics. We have not only bipolar, but multipolar. Yeah? A lot of groups, ASEAN, one of the groups, BRICS also one another groups, yeah. North American also one another groups, and European also one another groups. So geopolitics change the geoeconomics, and also the trend of logistics mobility and seaport, sea transportation also very important under this landscape exchange. Yeah. That's why I noticed that the blue is economic change, and then the green is also environmental change, sustainability change. We are talking about the maritime industry in Indonesia, and then geopolitics, technology. So a lot of race for us. Yeah. That's why MOT prepare the regulation. Sometimes we behave not like a regulator, but also we behave sometimes like a operator as well. Yeah? Operator and ports. Yeah? Sometimes we also build the port as well. Yeah? So not only focus for the regulation, but also we also conduct our manage the port operators and also the builder, the operator. Like when we continue our CITOL from West Indonesia to East Indonesia, we built many ports, yeah, to connect, to reduce inequality, disparity income between East Indonesia and West Indonesia. Well, connected with the title today, geopolitics is very important for us, yeah, especially to monitor. Yeah. We have one of the member in IMO, Indonesian still registered in C category IMO member. It means we have many opportunity to make strategic partnerships, yeah, like with Melanesian countries, emerging countries, Asian countries, China, India, the BRICS one, and also the other our members. Okay, we start from the digital literacy transformation. Very important for us. MOT, Minister of Transportation, introduced some new regulation related to the digital, yeah, digital like ARPANET, one of our digital platform to monitor the mobility shape to port and coordinated between shipping company and also port operator and also with the regulations under some of ministers, others ministers, especially under Pak Luhut, yeah, especially when introduced the ARPANET one of single. We call it new logistics, yeah, ecosystem. This is one of our opportunity to collaborations, to make partnership, strategic partnership. If you want to come to us, you can collaborate with us, especially to improve the smart port, yeah, smart port, yeah. We have already prepared smart port, not only the under MOT, but also from Pelindo, under the state-owned enterprise transportation or maritime transportation. Okay, next. In order to fulfill the new landscape, the MOT prepare for the human resource, yeah, to catch up. One possibility, one of strategic partnership also not only technology platform, but also the human resource. Because to catch up the technology global experience, we have to train. So we need some collaboration. Something like Port of Rotterdam come to us, from Busan, Korea, South Korea also come to us to make collaboration to improve our human resource in order to achieve the world-class standard under the technology platforms. Yeah. This is one. So we try to rescaling, upscaling, building new character, developing scale. Yeah. This is one of opportunity to make good strategic partnership. One in technology, one the knowledge. Yeah. But talking about to understand the technology strategic, we have to know about new vision of the global vision and then down to the mindset and then we focus on the regulations. After we improve our regulation, we have to improve our business process under technology and sustainability platform. And then we change our organization to big, not efficient, under the technology, strategic partnership. Please bring up new artificial intelligence to manage, control the ports there. This is one of the strategic partnership opportunity to make a collaboration between your company, your country, B2B, G2G, or whatever, to increase the upscaling for the digital under artificial intelligence or what platform and strategic. Okay? And also the hybrid scale, knowledge, multidiscipline, new curriculum, essential soft skill, and learning skill. Yeah. Minister always discuss with me, especially, please, in order to fulfill the change of big landscape, digital change, sustainability change, yeah, geopolitical change, we have to create a new mindset. Yeah. After create the new mindset, we try to create the new regulations, and then down to new business process, and then down to new organization, sustainability organization, digital organization, and then down to core competence, curriculums. Yeah. We have to change our curriculums, yeah, and then down to create the incentive. What kind of new incentive to fulfill the new landscape, the global landscape, especially geopolitical change, and then create the sustainability change and digital change. Yeah. Okay, next. And then the third, this is one of the technology that we try to develop. Yeah. I've already mentioned this is one of the opportunity to create strategic partnerships. Yeah. Between G2G or B2B, yeah, or G2B or whatever. At least start with seaside port and then port and landside. Yeah. We have to create the new digital landscape. Yeah. One of the important our opportunity to create partnerships. Yeah. Because if we don't follow this, it means that digital platform, digital transformation will not create efficiency to manage maritime industry in Indonesia. Fundamentally, we talk fundamentally, Indonesia port is not efficient because not very integrated with three functions. One, transshipment, and the second, export-import, gateway, and the third, the function of industry. The industry classes is very far from the ports. Yeah. Pera also not three function. So fundamentally, our port is not efficient based on the function. That's why we need to create technology platform, and then we need to create sustainability platform. Yeah. Teluk Lamong already use the digital platform to solve the problem in efficiency of port, and secondly, also to reduce use the sustainability ports, yeah, in Teluk Lamong. Yeah. One of the good example, if our colleagues from Lemhanas would like to visit Teluk Lamong and then try to see what the impact of the integration between gateway, transshipment, and industry cluster. Yeah. Like Port of Rotterdam, very compact, yeah, entry function. That's very different when we talk about in Indonesian case compared to other countries in China and Korea and also in Japan. Yeah. They are very efficient. Yeah. Fundamentally not efficient. Digital technology is not catching up. Sustainability still needs some partnerships, yeah, especially talking about the energy, green energy, sustainable energy using to port. NPC1 already used the solar panel to install the electricity, And we try to make some regulations, especially to provide some of development and sustainability maritime industry. Okay, next. The fourth, and then the environmental drivers, yeah, talking about sustainability, maritime industry, yeah. Okay, we already prepare for the minister regulation, especially to using the clean and greener maritime sector, and then to regulate sustainability, especially under IMO regulations, using sulfur cap, and then from IMO, we also done the CO2 emission, and then try to use. The most important, how to make the roadmap in our maritime industry based on sustainability, yeah? 5 years roadmap, and then 10 years, 15 years until long-term plan, yeah? Until 2060, zero emission. We still prepare to make a good roadmap, good regulation, good partnership, yeah, strategic partnerships, especially when we talk about the sustainability energy for maritime, and then using for shipping, green, logistic green, sustainable shipping, and also sustainability of the port. Too many opportunity for making the strategic partnerships. Yeah. Next. And then still environmental, especially after discussing in COP, countries opportunity participation, start Glasgow and then continue in Mesir, and then after in Dubai, the Maritime Director General still learning, yeah, still learning, especially the collaboration for the using the green energy, and then learning how to use sustainable port, including shipping, sustainable shipping, and then to create some investment using creative financing. My colleague, Pak Otto, one of the best creative financing under special advisory to Minister of Transportation, especially when we make Patimban. Patimban not only using Indonesian national budget, but we use PPP, public-private partnership. We call it KPBU, yeah. Operator join between foreigner and local business, local company, yeah, to operate the Patimban, yeah. Patimban port is one of the biggest port under export, car export, and using a lot of opportunity, yeah, supporting the port to many business, especially focus on sustainability, yeah, activity or approach. Yeah. Okay, next. Yeah, the challenges. Yeah, now I tell about one of our challenges, especially under President long-term strategies. Yeah, try to reduce the logistic dwelling time, logistic costs, and a lot of indicators, especially. But if we compare to other countries, Indonesia is archipelago countries. Sometimes to measure the indicator logistic industry is quite different. It's not apple to apple. Compare India. India is a mainland country. The logistic, the multi-moda roadmap very clear and clean, yeah, to support the logistic ports. Yeah. Indonesia, because archipelago countries, sometimes the integration of multi-mode, not only roads and then train and airport and port, is not very connected very well. Yeah. Still a problem that we have to improve it. Okay, this is one of our challenges. So I hope in the next discussion we'll be talking about the port dominate the flow of containers. Indonesia is still improve, still not, still opportunity, provide opportunity to collaboration to make a good strategic priority between us. And then sometimes Indonesian port, especially in the outside Java, not using the world-class standard, like if we're talking about in Labuan Bajo Marina, port Labuan Bajo, sometimes the regulation is very traditional, and fill the gasoline still very not clear, not any enforcement for the government, and then clear make a problem if there's a fire like in Bali. And also we don't have any clear regulation when a big shipping crash in Raja Ampat, So Indonesian regulation and then overseas regulations under the Asia-Pacific collaboration, we have to make clear, clear how the enforcement, as long as regulation using good enforcement, it means that rule of the game will be clear and clean, if there is an accident. So we need some collaboration, our strategic to make good collaboration and safety maritime, one of the challenges for us, And the third is also the 23 shipping network are connected farming loop network, farming loop, still. And then hinterland transport costs Indonesia. Sometimes the shipping cost is very efficient, but when talk in port, a lot of problem, Informal transaction costs and formal transaction costs, hidden, not hidden, and too many unclear, overlap regulation make transaction costs getting higher, Indonesia. Some of study also give some supporting this idea, how to reduce logistic costs in port especially, because in shipping is okay, but when it comes to the port, talking about hinterland, trucking, storage, organizations, a lot of costs to have to handle in there. Then domestic freight via land transport, no standard spot on. Okay, next. And then what next? Challenging opportunity for our collaborations. We have to provide some transport nodes and then transportation network based on integrating infrastructures. Also infrastructure, commodity, logistics, regulation, and civil enforcement is still opportunity to make collaboration. Please, our colleagues from Lemhanas will help us to discuss, to monitor, to push the next MOT, follow the ID, sustainability maritime industry, also the digital maritime industry, still plenty of room to make some regulation under the Minister or Director General. Okay, next, last. Maritime infrastructure management is still a problem. Sarana prasarana, we could talking about Indonesia, hard infrastructure, and then soft infrastructure. We try to push from traditional management maritime industry, jump to middle level, and then provide some the future of talent in maritime industry, and also the future of planet in maritime industry, means sustainability. Two big issues, still one of our problem, to catch up and to prepare. Next. Yes, this is some technology, and in our net, we already make some of our improvement. Continuous improvement also still conducted by us. Collaboration with minister coordination is our boss, and also how to connect with the ecosystem. So my point is we need some ecosystem maritime industry. Not only MOT think about maritime industry, not only for the human, what we call ESDM ministers, not only Minister of Finance, and also we try to create the good ecosystem, yeah, to understand the digital transformation to fulfill the new landscape, yeah, the global new landscape, and to prepare the sustainability landscape for maritime industry to fulfill the new global context. Next. Yes, this is the green port and digitalization. We have to provide the energy. Talking about maritime industry, sustainability, first we're talking about the energy. The energy should be clean, clear and clean, sustainability. Whatever from solar, from hydro, yeah, from wind, yeah. And then after that, talking about the smart mobility for maritime, yeah, smart, yeah, smart. EV, electric vehicle for the shipping. Also, the second part of when the energy is clean, yeah. So the process, the energy first, and then the electric vehicle for the mobility of maritime, and then the digital green monitoring, yeah. There's a 3-step that we have to put the thing and to make the regulation to prepare for the next future for Indonesian maritime. Last but not least, next. Yes, this is my academic. Since I joined with Pak Minister, I made 2 books, especially talking about the transportation, and the last is the green sustainability for the leader for Indonesia. Thank you very much. Hopefully my view useful for the next discussion for us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Wihana. Kindly please remain on the stage to get the appreciation from Lemhanas. Now we would like to invite the Interim Governor of Lemhanas, Lieutenant General Eko Margono, to present token of appreciation to Professor Wihana. Thank you very much, sir. Kindly please remain on the stage. And next, we would like to invite to come on the stage to have a photo station, Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhanas, Deputy 1 of Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Chief of the 8th JGF 2024, all speakers of 2nd plenary sessions, and also the moderator of 2nd plenary session. Once again, may we kindly invite to the stage all speakers of 2nd plenary session and also the moderator of 2nd plenary session. Okay, we'll begin the group photo session. I will count down from 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Could we give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, and you may kindly now return to your seat. But kindly please remain on the stage to all speakers of 2nd plenary session and also the moderator of 2nd plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, proceed to the next agenda. And now is the 2nd plenary session with the theme Strategic Partnership for Sustainable Maritime Industry. To guide the plenary session 2, it is our honor to introduce our moderator of 2nd plenary session, Assistant Deputy for Maritime Law and Agreements at the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, Mr. Radian Nurcahyo. He got Master of Law from Faculty of Law of Canberra University in Australia. He also attended various international courses and conferences. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Radian Nurcahyo.
Excellency, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank all respective speakers and participants of the second plenary session. I have been tasked as a moderator for today's discussion in the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum, addressing Geo-Maritime Resilience Challenge in the Indo-Pacific with the topic of strategic partnership for sustainable maritime industry. I will invite the first speaker, Mr. Martin Konsi Iglot, Director of Crimario Project, European Union. And the second speaker, Mr. Muhammad Reso, Director of Risk Management, Pertamina International Shipping. The third speaker, Mr. Jacob Simiski, Business Development Manager, EFA Group. And then the fourth speaker, Mr. Rene Pil Pedersen, Managing Director, EP Moller, Singapore, Marks Land Singapore. She's still on the way from the airport. It's okay. I would like to brief the host rule before we start this session. We will have keynote speech. I think we just hear the keynote speech from the Minister of Finance. When we hear the keynote speech from the Minister of Transportation, it's a lot of opportunity for us to understand the opportunity to partnership each other, especially partnership with Indonesia. We have opportunity in partnership in infrastructure like digitalization, green ports, connectivity, logistics, and also system information. So, in detail, we will discuss with all the speakers about the main what mentioned by the keynote speaker from the Ministry of Transport. So, for the first speaker, I will give opportunity for Mr. Martin Kosi Inklots, Director of Crimario Project European Union. The proposed topic is interconnecting the maritime domain. Please, speaker, time is yours.
Mind if I move it to the side of the podium? Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure and an honor to present Crimario and its tools in this very majestic setting, and I would like to thank Lemhanas and Kemenko Marves for this kind invitation. So what is Crimario? Crimario is an EU-funded project established to promote regional maritime governance in the Indo-Pacific region. It does so by supporting its partners, enhance cross-sectoral, cross-regional cooperation to try and break down those silos and bring actors together. To do this, the project has experts, tools, and funds that we place at the disposition of our partners. The EU does this because at the end of the day, safe and secure trade routes are in the interest of all. And through this presentation, I hope to build what was presented this morning when we heard about whole of nation, regional cooperation. Now we are aware that the global shipping industry is the backbone of international trade, responsible for transporting over 90% of the world's goods. We also know that the maritime industry faces numerous and significant challenges that threaten its efficiency, safety, and profitability. These challenges include maritime security threats, operational complexities, regulatory compliance, costly technological advancements, economic pressures, and geopolitical risks. Addressing these challenges requires industry and governments to collaborate through a multi-stakeholder approach, ideally by exploiting common and advanced technological solutions that facilitate connectivity. Because the European Union and its partners are dependent on the seamless flow of trade across oceans, the EU has funded the development of IORIS through the Ceremonial project. IORIS being the abbreviation for the Indo-Pacific Ocean Regional Information Sharing IT platform. This offers enhanced communication and coordination among stakeholders with over 100 organizations and entities using IORIS today. These are from over 45 countries. So what is IORIS? IORIS is a neutral and secure web-based tool which supports the consolidation of the highly fragmented maritime domain that involves a wide range of stakeholders such as ship owners, charterers, safety and security authorities of flag states and regulatory bodies. This implies that all entities using IORIS can now share information and collaborate in real time, reducing operational silos that typically hinder effective coordination. Through IORIS, shipping companies, government authorities, and agencies can now exchange information in a secure and compartmentalized manner, assuring that commercially sensitive data is protected. This is encouraging shipping companies to share information about security, routing, and operational vulnerabilities despite competition, thereby enhancing collective efforts to address security threats. And I hope to showcase how IORIS offers stakeholders the ability to mitigate arising threats and challenges, to enhance maritime security and safety, and potentially accelerate port access and logistics processes in certain countries. So how does IORIS support shipping industries address maritime security threats? Piracy and armed robbery remain a persistent threat, particularly in high-risk areas, such as the Indian Ocean and the Celebes Sea. In the former, modern pirates have become more sophisticated and better organized in carrying out their attacks. But fortunately, Coast Guards, navies, and industry now communicate discreetly and in real time through IORIS. This enhances situational awareness and enables quicker response times, thereby reducing the risk of piracy, as we have seen earlier this year, when the platform was used extensively to share information about piracy threats, recommended transit corridors, and ship protection measures. IORIS also serves partners avoid conflict zones, regional instabilities, and respond to incidents. Earlier this year, the crucial maritime corridor through the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandab Strait near Yemen became vulnerable to militant activities and terrorist attacks. This is disrupting global trade as it compels ships to navigate around the Cape of Good Hope instead of transiting through the Suez Canal at a rough cost of $1 million each way, apart from the enhanced carbon footprint generated. IORIS is allowing for discreet and secure communications between a good number of merchant ships and warships, helping to coordinate defensive and reactive measures to facilitate safer passage through volatile areas. This is already practiced by the French Navy with commercial shipping, as you can see on this slide. With increasing reliance on digital technologies, shipping companies are vulnerable to cyber attacks, that could disrupt operations, steal sensitive data, or cause significant financial losses. IORIS is more secure than most other systems, as it offers an encrypted means through which documents can be exchanged. In time, we hope to offer IORIS users at sea the ability to receive information about regional cyber threats such as GPS, GNS interference, and spoofing. Moving to maritime safety challenges. Merchant vessels operating in distant and open waters are not in continual communication with maritime rescue coordination centers, unlike their aerial counterparts, who check in and check out of flight information regions. And should a distress situation happen, it is normal to expect a significant delay until rescue resources arrive on scene. Whilst GMDSS already provides a robust SAR infrastructure, which is not being challenged in any way or form, IORIS is already linking rescue coordination centers together in the Indian Ocean and thereby facilitating and planning the coordination of rescue operations, especially near regional search and rescue boundaries. As more ships become IORIS users, merchant vessels can opt to use IORIS to support search and rescue operations, being able to receive real-time updates, visualize search patterns, and receive news on the deployment of rescue assets, amongst other advantages, and this to ensure for the well-being of crews during critical situations. And to avoid environmental disasters, IORIS offers Vessel Traffic Monitoring Center in the Western Indian Ocean, a vessel traffic monitoring and information system, which when coupled to AI-type analysis, informs countries and potentially shipping of vessels moving erratically, navigating dangerously close to shore, on course for grounding, and or navigating outside or blocking traffic separation schemes to prevent accidents. In worst-case scenarios, vessels in difficulty of running aground or potentially at risk of breaking up could devastate the livelihoods of coastal communities, apart from the high cost to ship owners and or insurance companies to rectify damages. If the worst had to happen, IORIS could serve as a coordination tool to manage situations and minimize the ensuing environmental damages. This is actually happening now as I speak in the Red Sea, as salvage efforts to save the Greek-flagged motor tanker Sunyon, that is transporting 900,000 barrels of crude oil, is being supported by the IORIS system, which is interconnecting coastal states, the EU operation, and the tugboats. But IORIS can offer much more. Geopolitical tensions could also lead to sanction and trade restrictions, impacting shipping routes and market access. Companies must navigate these risks while ensuring compliance with international laws, and here IORIS can play a role as well. Also, the industry is facing increasing pressure to comply with environmental regulations, such as the IMO's 2020 sulfur cap, which ships must comply with when calling at ports. Mismanagement or misunderstanding of these regulations can lead to delays, fines, and even vessel detention. Moreover, ships must share standardized reports every time they steam through coastal states' exclusive economic zones. IORIS can streamline the submission and sharing of standard regulatory documents and pre-arrival messages, simplifying compliance with port state controls. And when it comes to shipping logistics, IORIS can offer a one-stop shop, given that it incorporates geospatial mapping, automated alerts, secure messaging, including translation functionalities, to support industry transition to more modern and efficient operational practices. For ports, this includes many possibilities, including the Port State Measures Agreement and Incident Management. In Latin America, for example, IORIS is supporting ports now share information on counter-narcotics. And in the Guayaquil port, the Ecuador port of Guayaquil, IORIS is being used as the tool for the Ecuador Coast Guard to communicate with ships steaming up the estuary. As indicated in the beginning, the development of IORIS for whole of government use, and now whole of nation, was sponsored by the European Union, which also procured licenses for all countries in the Indo-Pacific, also providing cost-free training to users. Cremario, through IORIS, also supports multinational exercises dealing with safety situations at sea, such as the Indian Ocean Navy Symposium exercise in the Indian Ocean, which took place in 2022 and 2023, involving all navies in the region. Allow me to underline that IORIS is not an EU system, but an EU-funded system for the region, because we all stand to gain from safer and more secure trade routes. And so active users form part of the IORIS Steering Committee, which meets annually at a high-level meeting. Subsidiary to the high-level meeting is the Policy Board and the operational, technical, and legal working groups that convene in between. In the IORIS Steering Committee, there are over 100 organizations and entities from over 45 countries and regional organizations. And together, we define the future of IORIS policy, development, and operational aspects. Partners include navies, coast guards, maritime and fisheries authorities, and to a lesser extent, police, ports, immigration, and customs authorities. To conclude, the IORIS platform has been tried and tested since 2018 and is now a powerful, cost-effective, and neutral and secure tool that addresses many of the challenges faced by the global shipping industry. By expanding its use among maritime stakeholders, IORIS will continue to play a crucial role in improving maritime security, streamlining operations, and supporting compliance and regularity requirements. This will support industry as it continues to evolve and face new challenges, making IORIS an essential component for the safe, efficient, and secure functioning of the maritime sector. Please do not hesitate to approach me during the conference if you'd like more information of how you can join this initiative. But I also wanted to inform you that outside the hall on the right-hand side there is a stand where we have several brochures about the IORIS tool. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Martin Koji-Iglotz, Director of Cremario Project. Martin presents the global shipping industry responsible for transporting 90% of the world's goods face challenges such as security threats, operational complexity, regulatory compliance, and geopolitical risks. This requires collaboration between government and industry using advanced technology for improved connectivity. The EU has developed IORIS, an IT platform that facilitates real-time communication among over 100 maritime stakeholders. By promoting collaboration on security, routing, and operational vulnerabilities, IORIS enhance maritime security, safety, and efficiency, potentially accelerating port access and logistics processes. Thank you very much. And we just got news that Mr. Rene Pilpi is present today. We invite to come to the podium, please. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Mr. Surya Triharto, Director of HC and Corporate Service Pertamina International Shipping to deliver his presentation about managing disruption for sustainable shipping challenge in the maritime industry. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Lieutenant General Margono, Acting Lemhanas, respective guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand in front of you all to share some information about us and our commitment to support the maritime industry with the sustainability initiative in the oil and gas industry. And also, I want to emphasize you also, as a supporting of oil and gas industry, we are actually a transportation company. So allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Surya Triharto. My title is Director of Human Capital and Corporate Services of Pertamina International Shipping. Pertamina International Shipping is a subholding of Pertamina. Our business encompasses the shipping and integrated marine logistic industry that I will elaborate later on in the several slides about us. First of all, I would like to share with you the opening remarks, the issues here, that a glance for us, that maritime industry, we know all that transporting more than 80% of worldwide merchandise by volume. We need to realize it, and also we need to understand also that maritime industry has been increasing the scrutiny over its environmental impact or environmental footprints, that then demanding more sustainable practice toward greener and responsible future. And the such remarks that I want to share with you, that maritime industry contribute 2.5% of global energy related with the CO2 emission. Although this 2.5% is, we see it as if it's a small amount, but it's not the case. 2.5% is very important, because we are also part of the transportation industry, including the aviation industry, that also land transportation industry. So we need to have responsibilities about this 2.5%. As a shipping and integrated marine logistic company, we also have responsibilities to contribute to the efforts or initiative to reduce the emission. Next. Okay. Let me introduce who we are as an integrated marine logistic company. We are Pertamina International Shipping. We offer holistic marine logistic service. We call it as integrated marine logistic company. Our business encompasses shipping business. We transport product for the origin to the destination. We also have the marine service. as interface between the sea and the land. We manage the marine service, also the port and operation and services. We also have capabilities to manage the port asset ownership, and also we manage the logistic business, consists of the storage, and we also manage other support service, just like piloting, just like other marine service businesses. In the past, we were an operational function of Pertamina, that we support the provision of the capabilities of sea transportation for Pertamina products. That consists of petroleum products, including oil and gas. But now, we are no longer an operational function of Pertamina since 4 years ago. We are now a business entities. Business entities, it means that we also need to go to the market, go to find out the customers, and providing them with the solution and service of our business. Our operation is no longer in Indonesia only, but also all over the world. We have now at least 63 fleets operating all over the world with at least 60 international routes. In terms of Indo-Pacific, you can see that we operate also in Japan, Korea, even also the Papua New Guinea, as well as Fiji, Vanuatu, and Solomon Island, also Australia, and also we have many other destinations all over the world, including Africa and South America. So this is our business and our area of operation and distribution. In terms of, as I told you before, that maritime industry contribute 2.5% of global energy-related CO emission. We can see here that the biggest part is the power. Power mostly contributed from, we know all that's from coal, maybe. And then we can see that 16.5% is transportation industry. We separate the 2.5 into the maritime industry. So if we include the 2.5 to 16.5, it means that transportation industry contribute at least 19 to 20% of energy-related CO2 emission in the world. And I think we know all that IMO has already introduced the net zero target commitment in 2050, while in Indonesia we also have a little bit relaxation of this until 2060. But the point is that we can see here from the trajectory of the global shipping emission, if we do nothing about the global shipping emission, the trajectory will be the dotted lines. So if with the current CVF, the trajectory will be the yellow lines. But we need to have a commitment to achieve the net zero target in the 2060 with the green lines. This is our commitment to also involve in the achievement of this net zero targets, regardless any relaxation we considered in Indonesia. But because of we are operating now not only in Indonesia, we need to also have a full commitment to achieve the net zero target as our ultimate parent company. So we know that ESG is abbreviation for environmental, social, and governance. We have at least 10 major initiatives, but for the today discussion, we will address only for environmental initiative, that there are at least 3 primary environmental initiative we have been doing so far. First one is addressing the climate change. The second one is reducing environmental footprint and protecting biodiversity. My materials in the shipping, in Pertamina International Shipping later on, will be focusing in at least 1.1 of 2, addressing the climate change and reducing environmental footprint. Reducing environmental footprint will be more emphasized in my sharing later on. So, in terms of the strategic planning of our strategic aspiration, we have already put in our initiative that our aspiration is to become a global leader in shipping and marine logistics, at least in terms of tanker company. We are the 4 and 5 biggest company in the world because we have more than 200 fleets. We manage all over the world for tanker operation, and almost 400 as an additional of the small vessel we use for interland transportation in Indonesia as well as for marine service. So we manage almost 400 vessels in our operation. In relation with sustainability, our strategy, there are 4 strategies we want to introduce. Number 1 is operational pattern efficiency. It will be more about how to reduce waiting time at the port, and then speed reduction, speed management of the vessels, also voyage optimization in terms of the consumption of fuels, the economic speed management, as well as capacity utilization. Then also we have managed also so far in terms of fleet design. We do gradually to ensure that we have green design for our new build ship. Also, we buy several ships also, and we make sure that we have the specification that meets our aspiration to become more contributive in terms of reduction of the emission. We also have initiative on alternative fuels, but we will see later on in my next session today that this the most impactful initiative, but this is also the most formidable challenges in our initiative to reduce the emission. Because of what? Total cost of ownership, that will be elaborated more later on. So in terms of aspiration, that the green ones will be related with our commitment to contribute more to reduce the carbon emission. We have an aspiration to be the 7 billion market cap company and $9 billion in terms of revenues. Nowadays we have 3.3 revenues. It means we have aspiration to almost triple our revenues within the next 10 years. And 20% revenues will be coming from marine and terminal. We now have 103 fleets, tanker vessel. We have an aspiration to have 190 owned tanker vessel in 2034. With the average age of 15 years, which Nowadays, we have only 24 years age of our vessels in average. With the scoring of TMSA is a score for ship management, 3.5 out of 4. You can see here from the green ones that we have commitment to have 34% of our business revenue will be generating from the low carbon business. And we will having the reduction of emission 32% to be compared with if we do nothing from now in terms of business as usual. We have commitment to reduce the contribution to emission in the rate of 32%. In terms of the horizon of our business, now we are focusing on petroleum core, but we want to expand more, not only in the petroleum core, but also then in petrochemicals, in chemicals, in dry bulk segment, and also in container business. We have an aspiration to expand our business to that area. And then we also expand our geographical business in terms of marine logistic and marine service business. We have an aspiration also to go to the market in terms of initial public offering. We are preparing the equity story for that now in the hope that in the middle of 2026, we will go to the market for an initial public offering, managing our governance as well as equity story to be accepted by market. And then the most important thing in relation with sustainability, our commitment is to have, to grow the green energy business. We will be having more fleets on the LNG cargo and shipping. And also we will be having more than 40% of revenue for non-captive market of Indonesia. And we will be having commitment also to the technology-led emission reduction for fuel efficiency as well as for the green technology of ship development. So, having that in all of our inspiration and strategy, what we have been doing so far. We have done so far with the green ship. We comply with the IMO regulation MEPC 76. We also have now a ballast water treatment system and scrubber in initiative to reduce the emission of SOx, and also several initiatives in terms of emission reduction by having the eco-friendly ship design, engine power limitation, as well as propeller hand cooling. It looks that this is a small initiative, but it contributes significantly in terms of emission reduction of CO2. We also have initiative to use alternative fuels. Last year, we bought a ship that have dual fuel, fuel oil and LNG, as part of our efforts to contribute to the reducing emission. But we'll see then later on in the next slides of my presentation that alternative fuel is very impactful, but still a formidable challenge, not only I think for the shipping industry, but also in energy provision for all of the industry in the world. Green and port terminal is also an area that we have already committed so far. And then what is the next plan of us? Still, green ship will improve or increase our contribution to the reduction. Also, alternative fuels, green and port terminal, and green cargo. We will be having more commitment, and we are now having some initiative with strategic partnership with our partners to have a CO2 carrier. We also managing the initiative to start the business of carbon capture storage and also carbon capture utilization storage that will contribute to our CO2 reduction initiative. What we have achieved so far, in 2023, we have total reduction of CO2 is about 24.5 kilotons of COE equivalent. And in up to 2030, you can see here that we will be contribute, hopefully, expectedly in the rate of 448.8 kiloton CO2 equivalent per year, which means 32% of reduction of CO2 emission to be compared with business as usual. So this slide has just screenshot for the real-time information of our system that by today we have already had emission reduction target 23,260 ton CO2 equivalent, and we have already achieved by today, by this morning, we have already achieved 36,051 ton of CO2 equivalent emission reduction in our operation. It will then, this figure will then be audited, and I show this slide to show also us with our commitment to keep aligned with the aspiration to contribute to the emission reduction in the world. There are at least 77 initiatives we have. We show here the 4 top tiers of initiatives that contribute almost 75% of all the initiative. You can see here also the category of GHG emission reduction, and also the scope 1 emission and scope 2 emission. Most of our initiative contribute the scope 1 emission as the Paris Initiative, and also you can see here the GHG emission reduction initiative based on the type of initiative we manage. So I show these slides just to show all of the audience about our initiative, our commitment to contribute to the emission reduction of CO2, and how does it look like by today.
Mr. Surya?
Lastly, just to emphasize that, as I told you, that the most important initiative, the most formidable challenge also here, is the total cost of ownership of using the alternative fuels. Today's fossil fuel is still the most economic fuel in terms of total cost of ownership. So the most formidable challenge in the future is how to reduce the total cost of ownership of the alternative fuel itself that can beat then the economies of scale and also the cost per equivalent units of the fossil fuel itself. We still rely on the fossil fuel, but we need to ensure that the alternative fuel will contribute more efficient, more in terms of efficiency to the energy. That's all my sharing today, in the hope that we could have the feedback from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Surya Triharto, presenting managing description for sustainability in the maritime industry. Speech summary based on the speaker, PIES aspiration and strategy in response to IMO requirement for the net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050. Pertamina International Shipping aim to become a global leader in shipping and maritime logistics. And Comprehensive Maritime Logistics Service, PIS offer a wide range of marine logistics service, including shipping, marine service, port operation, port access ownership, logistics storage, and other supporting service. And highlight of the decarbonization and sustainability, PIS is committed to accelerating decarbonization effort to align with the IMO net zero emission target, aiming for a 15% emission reduction between 2022 and 2030. Thank you very much, Mr. Surya Triartono. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the third speaker is Mr. Jakub Simiski, Business Development Manager EFA Group, who will deliver his presentation on the role of technology of support sustainable maritime industry. The stage is yours, Mr. Simiski.
Hello everyone, I'm Jakub Similski from EFA Group Skitalis. I am a business developer manager, and it is a true honor to participate in the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum and engage with those passionate about the international maritime industry, a foundation of the global economy, and we are grateful for our presence today, and we will make your time meaningful. So, the maritime industry is often described as the lifeblood of global trade that moves over 11 billion tons of goods annually. According to the International Chamber of Shipping, ICS, this accounts for around 90% of world trade, with over 50,000 merchant ships transporting diverse goods. The industry has evolved through technological challenges and geopolitical advancements, aiming for safer, secure, clean, and efficient global market sector. The challenge of ensuring maritime security is multidimensional. Advanced technologies have revolutionized the industry, enhancing efficiency and security. Surveillance systems such as drones, satellites, long-range radars, electro-optic systems, maritime surveillance aircraft, data link systems, data fusion systems, automated platforms, and the integration of these sensors into a unified network sensing C2 system have bolstered maritime security operations. Additionally, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data analytics have significantly improved maritime situational awareness, maritime domain awareness, and operational efficiency. These technological advancements empower security and law enforcement agencies worldwide, including Coast Guard and maritime security agencies, in order to combat piracy, terrorism, human trafficking, illegal smuggling, migration, hybrid warfare, and geopolitical competition within their territorial waters, exclusive economic zone waters, archipelagic waters, and continental shelves. However, many maritime and security agencies and law enforcement agencies, they face significant challenges, not due to the fact the lack of the resources or surveillance systems, but due to the fragmented command and communication capabilities. These agencies often operate multi-command and control centers with limited interagency coordination and fragmented communication network, reducing their overall capability to approach incidents quickly and swiftly and effectively. Additional challenges include lack of real-time data sharing, disparate technological and outdated systems, jurisdictional confusion, insufficient resources, environmental and geopolitical challenges, legal and regulatory issues, cybersecurity threats, and training gaps. Technology offers solution of those or for these challenges. Skitalis is a pioneering company provider in defense interoperability systems, delivering comprehensive solutions to address contemporary maritime issues. Skitalis offers the following programs. MIMSI2, it's a command and control center for the national level that allows to communicate between different agencies in real time and speak in the same language. Universal in Systems is a force multiplier that allows to send and monitor the data, manage and disseminate of processing digital information, creating a unified tactical picture. That means that everyone who has access to the link can see exactly the same what the other agencies are seeing, and then they can take the better, the more reliable decisions. For example, we deal with the situation where a frigate is somewhere at the sea. That frigate, it detects by its radar an object that is, let's say, 30 nautical miles further. Nearby, we have also a marine police, which is slightly closer, but they don't have such a sophisticated radar. When they have ULS system, they can speak to each other directly, and they say, hey, I see that actually your vessel is only 5 kilometers away from the threat that we have detected. Could you go there? Could you see? Could you assist what is happening? And that allows you a faster response, and also it allows users to save millions of dollars in fuel, because it's way cheaper to send an 80-meter ship to examine, collect the data, or send even a drone, instead of sailing a ship that is 100 meters long. On top of that, we can provide a national data link, and this is a language that will allow a nation to speak, or the different agencies to speak in the same language in a secure manner in real time. On top of that, we have MIMS Naval, which is a tactical mission system that generates a common tactical pictures and enhances capabilities in maritime surveillance, anti-surface, VBS, which is Visit Board Search and Seizure, and Special Operations. On top of that, we have, in addition to that, we have MIMS Airborne. This is a state-of-art mission system that creates also a common tactical picture that enhances maritime domain awareness. This system is put on a aircraft or a drone. It goes to an area very quickly, it assesses what is happening, and it helps to respond in a correct manner. Then we have MIMS Ranger, which is a tactical solution for dismounted soldiers, for special operation teams that are very often maybe not the first, but the most important responders to a threat. They actually know where they are all the time. They receive data from the radars, from satellite systems, from command and control. When they go to the operations, they know what they expect, and they know what they should do and how they should do it. These solutions are actually not a mere proposal by our company. It happened that here in Indonesia, a couple of months ago, we have delivered a program called System Interoperability Kodal, which is for the Indonesian Armed Forces. It is for the joint operation of Army, Air Force, Navy, and the Ministry of Defense. That systems allowed TNF headquarters to create a network-centric warfare, interoperable environment, facilitating seamless tactical information flow across all of the branches of Indonesian Armed Forces. It's a massive force multiplier, and that system can be duplicated or some elements of the information can be shared with other agencies across Indonesia. A key components of these programs include a state-of-art command and control centers at Mabes TNIs that utilize our Skitalis MIMS C2 and ULS products to synthesize the common tactical pictures from the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the air defense environment. So that means that, okay, we have radars that are installed, for example, with Army. We have radars that are being used on the naval vessels. We have also some tactical airplanes, helicopters that are flying over an area. All of them, they detect some targets. All of them, they reports the coordinates of that particular targets, and our system actually correlates that information. And instead of seeing potentially two targets on several radars, we provide one information, and we also inform what kind of target is that. Then we have the Indonesian National Tactical Data Link System, the link standard, that actually provides an advancement data link protocol, enhancing tactical information exchange and providing data link sovereignty to Indonesia, implemented by our company through this program. So what we have done, we have given to the Indonesian Armed Forces a link standard, and with the link standard they can freely customize it, they can replenish it, they can put it on various kind of assets, and they have total control over the information which they have and how do they share it and with whom do they share. On top of that, we have built a integration surveillance monitoring systems at Natuna Sea that reinforces TNIs, Indonesian Armed Forces situational awareness, and enriches the common tactical pictures with additional sensors data. These systems can be customized to meet this system can be customized to meet the operational needs of non-military agencies, such as Coast Guard, the Marine Police, the Maritime Securities agencies worldwide. Both MIMS C2 and ULS can be provided or can provide a common tactical picture by integrating various geographical dispersed sensors, including coastal, onboard vessel, aircraft, UAVs, radars, EOIR systems, data link systems, automatic identification systems, ADB systems, and satellites. The enhanced interoperability among different agencies improves C2 capabilities and facilitates real-time data sharing. Importantly, MIMS, C2, and ULS are resilient to cyber attacks, a critical factor as maritime operations increasingly rely on the digital systems and data links. Network security systems provides centralized management of network security, intrusion prevention, and threat protection at all endpoints. Security rule-based firewall, threat prevention, URL filtering, application awareness, user identification, sandboxing, file blocking, and data filtering capability. Regarding MIMS Naval and MIMS Airborne, the first two are operational within the Hellenic Armed Forces, and the third will soon be with the Hellenic Navy. MIMS Naval is an affordable, modular, and scalable tactical mission system. It is in service with the Hellenic Navy Special Operation Forces on Mark V fast boat attack. The system provides tactical situational awareness and C2 to the crew, supporting a wide range of missions such as reconnaissance, patrolling, policing, interdiction, CSAR, which is combat, search and rescue, ISR, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, information gathering, and special operations support, Furthermore, MIMS Naval offers common tactical picture sharing, real-time command and control, and real-time tactical information and video exchange between tactical units and video exchange. So we are sending a team. The guys, they don't have to actually use their radios and report what they are seeing, because through the technology, the operators from the C2, they know exactly where they are, and due to the fact that they are equipped with drones and the tactical cameras, they video stream the situation that they are facing in real time to a command and control facility which could be potentially thousands or hundreds of kilometers away. The Hellenic Navy Special Forces vessels are equipped with MIMS Ranger, that's enabling special forces teams to maintain situational awareness during the amphibious or maritime operations. Key capabilities of MIMS Ranger include Blue Force Tracking, that stands for own position indication and visualization on the map, exchange of media messages through like video and images supported by text. So they have a defense WhatsApp, let's say, exchange a tactical objects, tracks, positions of the enemy, and also the areas where they operate, where they should go, and polylines. Display of image and videos, support for various map formats. The maps can be 2D, 3D. Tactical situation displays with an advancement graphical user interface. Highly integrated with C2 systems. So both MIMS Rangers and MIMS Navals are integrated with a managed radios, which stands for Mobile Ad Hoc Networking Radios. On top of that, we have a third product, which is called MIMS Airborne. This is a state-of-art tactical mission systems, which is meant to be installed on maritime patrol aircraft. We do support all 3 levels. The mission systems of which can be conducted include anti-submarine warfare, anti-surface warfare. It also integrates and manages sensors such as SAR, ISAR radar, EOR-IR, ESM, ASW, ACINT, weapon interface, anti-submarine warfare suite, self-protection systems, data links, various radios terminals, UHF, VHF, HF, IFF, AIS, ADSB transponders, and navigation systems. The systems can actually operate on various systems. It can be either Windows or Linux environment. This is a decision of our client. Then it operates on modular workstations that allow to be changed within minutes between different operators, between different ranks. Okay. The next steps for Skitalis is the integration of all systems into a higher level command and control. Our engineers are working towards implementing the capabilities of the joint all-domain command and control JADC2 concept into existing and future products. Focus on building connectivity among various platforms and systems, even those not initially designed to communicate with each other for both military and security use. The goal is to develop requirements and standards for future systems to ensure interoperability, achieving interconnectivity across different systems and different domains. But this is actually it actually represents the future of a smart interoperability. Skitalis designs and develops and delivers solutions tailored to the end user needs. Our core policy is to invest in capacity building for personnel and the local defense industry as demonstrated in Indonesia. We are committed to understanding our customers' needs, providing solutions that not only support them, but also benefit on the long run. We are providing the standards, we are teaching the personnel how to use, how to deal with the problems, how to fix the problems when they occur, and we also bring some level of, or we help with industrializing countries to some extent through offset programs. Our clients, including the armed forces of the country hosting these events, this conference, and this is actually our best testament to our effective work and partnership culture. I would like to thank you for the attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Jakub Szyminski, for your intriguing presentation. Speech summary based on the speaker, the maritime industry has advanced significantly through technology like AI, machine learning, big data, and unmanaged system, enhancing security against threats such as piracy and trafficking. Despite technological advancements, maritime security face challenges such as limited interagency coordination, fragmented communication network, and lack of real-time data sharing. How Catalyst can help? Catalyst address maritime security challenge with its universal link system, ULS, and a link product with integrated communication and data system across naval, airborne, and ground platform. Thank you very much. Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth and the last speaker, Mr. Rein Pil Pedersen, Managing Director, EP Moller Singapore, PT Limited, Maersk Line Singapore, who will deliver his presentation on the sustainable practice adoption in the maritime industry. The time is yours, Mr. Pedersen.
Does this on? It's on, okay. I have not prepared any slides, so instead I will walk a little bit around. I can see you all had a good lunch, and maybe we need to freshen up a bit. So I'll try to be a little bit more active. I will also keep my intervention short, relatively short. My name is René Pil Pedersen. I'm the Managing Director of AP Moller Singapore. I'm basically a ship owner. I have 140 container vessels in my fleet. They all sail under Singapore flag, but they operate globally, basically in all geographies. Briefly on Maersk, we are a company that has been around for 120 years. We are family-owned, family-controlled company. Fifth generation is of the family is the chairman of our company. We are originally established in small, tiny Denmark in Scandinavia, small country with 5 million inhabitants. But today we are a global company. We have 100,000 employees. We have 700 vessels in our fleet, and we operate more than 70 ports around the world, basically in all geographies. Here in Asia, we have port terminals in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Vietnam, India, Japan, China, and a few other places. Finally, apart from being in shipping and in port terminals, we are also in logistics. We are on the land side. So we operate and own land transport. It can be trucking, it can be rail, it can also be last mile, small three-wheelers in countries like India. We have our own cargo planes, we have warehouses, we have logistics hubs, cold storage, etc. So we are what we called an integrated logistics company. My colleague from Pertamina mentioned that shipping is emitting around 2.5% of the global CO2, of the global greenhouse gas emissions. But actually, if you look at the total supply chain, we are closer to 11%, because very few goods are just being moved from port to port. Often they come from some sort of inland destination and end up in another inland destination. For some products, they will even end up several times in the supply chain. You know, if you tear a pair of Nike shoes, you will see them wherever you buy them. You may see they were produced in Vietnam, and they may be consumed in the US or Europe or here in Jakarta. But actually, a pair of Nike shoes will most likely has been 2 times around the world before you actually find them on the shelves, because it's many products that are combined. It's textile, it's plastic, it's a lot of things. So it's a long supply chain. So when we talk about CO2 emissions in our industry, it's not just the 2.5% that we focus on, it's actually the 10-11%, because that's the challenge that we are dealing with. My colleague from Patamina also mentioned that the target to be at zero emissions level for Indonesia was 2060. IMO is 2050. In Maersk, we aim at 2040. And it's not only for shipping, it's for the entire supply chain. It's for my port terminals, it's for my warehouses, it's for my trucking, it's for everything. So it's a huge task for a company like ours. And it adds a lot of complexities to me and to my colleagues' life. So why do we do it? We do it because it's in our DNA. As mentioned before, our company has been around for 120 years. We want to do good, we want to contribute to society. We also want to make money, because otherwise we are not here tomorrow. But basically our foundation, the mission we have as a company, is to do good. Decarbonization, that is something that are demanded by the people on the street, all our fellow citizens. Also in this part of the world, we have experienced extreme weather. I just arrived from Vietnam this morning. If you go to North Vietnam, you will see a lot of trees that has fallen over after Typhoon Yagi, the strongest typhoon for many decades in Vietnam. Here in Indonesia, from time to time, we experience flooding. So these are things we need to address because it's important for society. It's also important for governments, so it's high on the agenda with governments. And then, of course, it's high on the agenda with my customers. So that is why we take this task very seriously. As mentioned before, our target to be decarbonized is by 2040. And 2040 sounds like a long time away. I have a bit of gray hair. I may even have retired. But actually, what you have to remember is that the assets that I buy today, especially the vessels, they will be around for 20, 25 years. So when I buy a vessel today, that vessel needs to be a part of the solution, because that will be on the high seas in 2040. So we actually, in our company, we took delivery of the first ever built container vessel powered by green methanol 12 months ago. It was a small vessel. I wouldn't call it a test vessel. It can still carry 3,000 TEU, 3,000 containers, but nevertheless it was a small vessel. And in the last 12 months we have taken delivery of a number of bigger vessels, around 16,000 TEU vessels that will be sailing between Asia and Europe. So far, so good. I also saw my colleague from Patamina was not very optimistic on green methanol. He had done some calculations on sizes of tanks, etc. and prices of methanol, and he's right. It is a challenge. But this is a chicken and egg situation. We cannot, as an industry, allow ourselves to procrastinate. But actually, my main concern is actually not the size of tanks. The fuel price, yes, to some extent a concern, but I think this is more about scaling the production. But the biggest problem is simply availability. We cannot procure all the green fuel that we need today. So that's an area that needs to be entertained more. I always find it's a pleasure to come to Indonesia. And actually, as I flew into the airport this morning, I could see there was a lot of farmland, etc., a lot of biomass with some wind turbines and some solar panels. Actually, Indonesia could be a big producer of green methanol. It will not be only methanol. There will also be other fuels. We will test down the road the first ship engines for green ammonia is being manufactured as we speak. We will probably see the first ones in the market in 6-12 months. And that is probably also a fuel that would be tested along the way. It's a very interesting fuel because there's simply no carbon in it. On the other hand, it's highly toxic. So it's a very tricky fuel. So that is my main concern. It's really the availability of fuels. I think we have a lot of the technologies available to actually build vessels that can run on these fuels, and then we could very fast be a part of the solution here. So, but I think we have a panel discussion, and I'm sure we will come around some of these questions. So let me stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pedersen, for your fascinating presentation. Mr. Pedersen gives speech about to understand how multinational cooperation in the maritime industry adopt sustainable shipping practice. We can look at three key areas: ecological, human, and economic health. MNC are increasingly implementing practice such as reducing emission through cleaner fuel and optimizing routes to lower fuel consumption. They also invest in initiatives that promote labor rights and community engagement, ensuring that human health is prioritizing alongside ecological concern. Thank you very much. Now, it is time to invite your comment, question, or thought, or to share any idea on this discussion. I open the floor now and would like to hear for three delegates, some view from you. Please raise your hand and thank you. Yes, over there, please. The mic, give hand.
Thank you. My name is Samuel Jose. Too bad I'm working for the coordinating ministry, but I'm going to ask this question in my personal capacity to IORIS. I have a few questions after hearing about the demonstration and the presentation earlier. Perhaps I would like to focus on a question regarding the project in Indonesia, IORIS in Indonesia. So, as you know, regarding IUU fishing, I think it's quite predominant as well on the challenges in that particular matter. IUU fishing, and then we have also small-scale fishermen who might not know how to basically operate themselves in the EEZs, things like that, that might cause some issues and challenges in the field. When because I think the IRA system is better for the maritime industry who are much more developed. But I mean, in Indonesia, in IRS implementation in Indonesia, what are the common challenges? And do you see any areas for potential policy reforms? What are those? Because I think this will be a good stock taking as well for the stakeholders to understand. Especially, we are moving forward, and blue economy is one of maritime industry, blue economy, connectivity infrastructure are also part of the government long-term 24. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will invite another question or comment before we give opportunity for the speaker to respond. The second question, answer, and view. The second one. Oh, on the left, please introduce and to whom the question for.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Haikal. I'm from University of Indonesia. I want to ask to Mr. Jacob regarding your system. Indonesia has so many different equipments for military and security use from different countries like the USA, Europe, Russia, China, and so on, which often have very different technical specifications. So how would your company integrate your system to these various equipment with very different technical specification? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then the third delegates to give you question or comment. If no, maybe I will give opportunity for the first question. This is about the demonstration project in Indonesia and EU fishing challenge and small-scale fishermen related with the operation and EEZ, and also issue of challenging stakeholder to others, especially for the ecosystem of blue economy. The first speaker, please, Mr. Martin Kosil-Aiglot, Director of Crimario.
So thank you very much for the very pertinent question. So I'll repeat once again that IORIS was created to interconnect the maritime domain, to provide interoperability, originally just for governments, government agencies, but now we're looking at the maritime sector as well, because ships at sea need to be able to interconnect with coastal states. Now, the question you raise is IUU fishing, which is an extremely important subject. And I was formerly in the UNFAO as a MCS consultant. And one thing I saw and realized is that fisheries monitoring centers need a tool to be able to interconnect with other fisheries monitoring centers of neighboring countries, so that, for example, blacklisted vessels can be exchanged with one another, and high seas operations can be coordinated amongst coast guards and navies. But fisheries monitoring centers also need to interconnect with the local coast guards who provide the assets to do enforcement at sea. So here, IORIS can serve and can offer to fill this gap. And when it comes to small-scale fishers, what we have done is we have developed a mobile application through which fishermen can interconnect with the Maritime Operations Center as well through IORIS. So that also exists. At the moment, it's only done in Kenya, but the model can be replicated elsewhere. And this model can be replicated also for merchant ships, which may want to interconnect with coastal states using mobile phones. Where we are with Indonesia so far we have provided a lot of training on the platform to Basarnas, Bakamla, and the Navy, TNIAL, and Kemenko Marves, and we look forward to future cooperation and intensifying this in this regard. Also with the Indonesian National Shipping Association, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response for the question from delegates. I think we give opportunity for response. The second question from University of Indonesia, Mr. Haikal. Mr. Jacob, please respond the question from Mr. Haikal. Thank you.
Hello. So basically your question is about interoperability between different agencies using different kind of radios, different standards of radios coming from different country, made by different producers. operating on different frequencies. It happened that our company is a global expert in interoperability. We can tackle this solution by deploying a solution called Universal Link Standard. This is basically a translator that is installed in a location. It can be on a vessel or in a command and control center. That device gathers the information from different assets that are operating currently in your country, and then translate the information from one asset into another asset in the language that that asset would understand. For example, you may have some fighter jets operating on link 16. You may have also some other assets operating on their own link from their country. So what we do, we actually have this ULS device that gathers information from both sources. It translates into the language that is understood for, let's say, fighter jet and for the naval vessel. Our company has actually deployed over 150 ULS installations in various configurations for the various users. Most of them are in the Navy, Army, for their ground and airborne assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacob, for the response that US-China and technical specification, that's different agency standard, universal link standard in vessel and also control center. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, maybe I still give one more opportunity for delegate to give maybe question or comment or maybe confirmation, something like that. Yeah, over there, please. Yeah, introduce and also the question to whom for. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Molidia for Defense University. I want to ask a question for Dr. Martin. Given the diverse range stakeholders, varying capacities, and sometimes conflicting interests among Indo-Pacific nations, how does Crimeria, especially IORIS, plan to ensure that its efforts in information sharing and maritime domain awareness are both inclusive and sustainable? Specifically, how will Crimeria and IORIS address the challenges of data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and the differing levels of technological infrastructure across the region? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. This is your opportunity for the second time to respond to the question. Please, time's yours.
So, thank you for the very interesting question once again. So how do we make IORIS, first of all, inclusive? As I have explained, the EU has set about developing this network across the Indo-Pacific, now including some 45 countries. And we bought licenses for all the countries. And we cooperate with all like-minded countries, to be clear. In Latin America, the Pacific, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the Western Indian Ocean. So we invite all the participants to join these virtual groups that we create. A virtual group is something like, to give an example, on WhatsApp, the social media platform, you will create a group. It's the same philosophy, and whoever administers the group is responsible for ensuring that information is exchanged only within these groups. So we create different groups for all the regions. They can be thematic or they can be geographic. And once we train agencies on the platform, then they participate in these groups. And every so often we bring them to regional meetings to share their experiences on the tool. concerning sustainability. By providing this common tool for all the different organizations to plug into, what we have done is provided a cost-effective solution, because the alternative is that if everyone creates their own information exchange system, first of all, they can't speak to each other, and if you wanted to make them speak to each other, that comes at a very high price. So by providing this tool, by the EU sponsoring this tool, it has provided sustainability, and the EU intends continue to sponsor this tool as long as partners are interested in using it. Cybersecurity challenges. These will always exist with whatever system you create, and we ensure that the system is secure up to law enforcement standards. If you don't use IORIS, to be quite frank, which offers a common operational picture, what would you use? You would use email, and you will use other social mobile phone applications, such as WhatsApp, such as Viper. So what we provide is an alternative, which is much more secure, user-friendly, and provides also dynamic maps included in the chats. So it's a step up above what the alternatives are. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much for the response from the question that EORIS is support shipping address threats to maritime security, and also moving to maritime safety challenge, and EORIS can offer much more. Based on the summary of the presentation and the question and answers. I would like to thank all of the participants for your active participation and contribution to the discussion. I would like to use this opportunity to once again express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all speakers who have shared their talk with us on every issue discussing in this forum. The exchange of thoughts, ideas, and questions is moving us a step closer toward a more strategic partnership for the sustainable maritime industry, or through the open exchange of insights, concepts, and queries. We are progressing towards a more intentional collaboration for the sustainable maritime sector. I would like to emphasize some key points from today's discussion that could serve as a foundation for understanding strategic partnership for sustainable maritime industry. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, again, let us give a big applause for the speaker. Thank you to the distinguished speaker for the exciting and meaningful presentation. All of the points discussed are critical and essential steps to empower strategic partnership in managing maritime security in the region. Thank you. The discussion session is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our moderator and speakers for plenary session 2. For next, we would like to have token of appreciation to the speakers and moderator of session 2, then followed by group photo session. Therefore, may we kindly invite to the stage the interim governor of Lemhanas, Lieutenant General Eko Margono. Please kindly take your place to the speakers and also the moderator of session 2. The appreciation is given to the speakers and also the moderator of session 2 of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024 Day 1. And the last appreciation is given to the moderator who lead the session wonderfully. So next, we will be taking photo. Please kindly take your place. On my count, ready, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, and you may kindly now return to your seat, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024 Day 1. Thank you to our panelists and moderator, and also thank you to all our participants for making today a success. We invite you to join at welcoming dinner in this ballroom at 7 in the evening. Once again, please join in our first 2-second session tomorrow. I am Linda Asiri signing off. Om Santi 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 Om. Good afternoon. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.